Hello, gang. Welcome to the Adrel Show. How's everyone doing out there? So for today's stream, usually what we do on Mondays is we go through and basically do a bunch of retail gold making. Basically, if this is your first time tuning in, first of all, welcome. Thank you to everyone who's watching live. Thank you for watching the video on demand later on. But basically what we do is on Monday streams, we generally tend to try and look at retail gold making. We see what we can do. This week is a little bit different because I overshot my goal of 30 million gold before the war within. And so as a sort of treat to myself, I decided to spend a bunch of gold. And so I've been balling out in WoW, right? I bought myself the 1.2 million gold resonating crystal mount, which cost me 1.2 million gold. And then I also bought a bunch of other things off of that vendor because if you weren't aware, basically Blizzard has a vendor at the black market auction house who sells a bunch of items that are really expensive, right? There's like swords that are 200,000 gold. There's like a gold plated, I say plated, it's wow. It could literally be solid gold. That's for like 100,000 gold. And so I kind of balled out a little bit. And I bought a bunch of things off of that vendor. I think I spent like about probably 1.5 million gold on that vendor. I then bought something that I never thought would be like a luxury, but turns out to kind of be a gold sink now by buying more Warbank tabs. And so we're down to 29 million gold. Now, my premise for this stream was that we'll try and see if I can generate 1 million gold worth of profit from items that we can craft and have ready to go during this stream. So what will probably, like my main strategy to doing that, we'll come to in a second. But yeah, Mondays generally we look at retail gold making. Wednesdays we look at more like general gameplay stuff, alt management, usually with the patch cycle in North America being on Tuesdays. There's generally some changes on the servers. Of course, all of this will change for, once the war within drops. But that's what we usually do on Wednesday, is just sort of look at retail gameplay. We maybe do some mount farming or whatever else. And then Fridays we dedicate to the beta. And generally we've been looking at the different professions there. On last week's stream, we kind of looked at what sort of setup we're going to need to do for all the alts that we've now gotten leveled up and things like that. And yeah, so that's generally like the weekly schedule. But for today's stream, my goal is going to be to try and figure out if I can put together like 1 million gold's worth of profit. I'm not 100% certain on how I'm going to keep track of that. I may just throw up a little Excel sheet and like a little Google Sheets sheet that we can sort of track that through. And we can go through and see how that looks. My main strategy is basically going to be I'm going to log through each of my crafters, craft at least like 100 to 150,000 gold worth of profit, worth of items. And then we're going to look at what the best uses for concentration are for each of the trade skills, right? And we're going to try not to get distracted along the way, because that is something that that tends to happen a lot. Not just when I stream, but in World of Warcraft in general. Anyway, to kick off the stream, let's not waste any more time on the intro. The first thing I wanted to do, as we usually do on Mondays, is go through Wowhead and just look at some of the top articles, some of the ones that caught my interest, and give my thoughts on some of them. As always, though, if you guys are watching live or if you're watching the video on demand later on, let me know in the comments. First of all, if you're watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know how it's going. Let me know how your gold making is going. Let me know how your mount collecting is going. Let me know how the event is treating you, right? Are you farming up transmog? Are you trying to get the tier sets? Yeah, let me know what's up. Let me know how you're doing, how WoW is treating you, and as always, if any of this content is of any interest to you whatsoever, if you would prefer me to cover something else entirely. All right, that said, the first one is a pretty interesting news article. Actually, let me go back here because there was one more that I wanted to touch on that was a couple days ago. I mean, there's some other cool things that have happened along the way as well. But this one in specific, the transmog changes that they're planning for 11.0. For one of the later patches in post-War Within launch is actually pretty interesting and kind of works. Kind of fixes one of the things that I was whining about on stream on Friday, because I thought this is how it already worked. Anyways, we'll come back to that in a second. But most interestingly, MOP Remix post-event item level is possibly increased to eye level 467. So that's kind of cool, right? We've been leveling a bunch of alts through Remix. I've done a bunch of them off stream just because of the fact that every time I try to do them on stream, they seem to kind of get a little, the runs get scuffed, all right? It is what it is. It's never my fault. How could it ever be, right? Because I've been streaming WoW for a month now. I've been playing this game for 20 years. I certainly have not just been finding more and more creative ways to die. It's clearly not a skill issue, right? Just want to be very clear about that. Not a skill issue. But every time we've tried to do a remix run on stream, it's gotten a little scuffed. All right, I'll be honest about that. We've either had we got locked into it. We got locked into Scarlet Monastery for like half an hour, which messed up the timings for that run. We had another time where I didn't realize what the guide we were following, like the little Twitter image that we were following that had the guide in it. I thought there was a typo, okay? And it turns out that I had just gotten it completely wrong, and so we ended up farming like twice as many experience tokens as we actually needed to level. So the characters, like 3 hours later, the characters not only hit level 70, but then had like another 20 or 30 tokens in their mailbox that they absolutely didn't need. That said, we may try, just because of the fact that Remix is ending a week from now, we are probably going, we may on Wednesday stream attempt to do another leveling run and see if we can just do it entirely in heroic dungeons. And that's another thing that got scuffed on one of the runs, is that I was running normal mode dungeons instead of heroic dungeons. Now, thankfully, that didn't affect too much of anything, and especially with the experience changes since the pre-patch, it's a lot easier. But in any case, we've got a whole bunch of remix characters, right? One of the main reasons I'm farming residual memory is like the currency from the Radiant Echoes event is because of the fact that I want to gear up as many of those characters as possible. The issue is that it costs almost 50,000 of that currency in order to gear up a single character, which takes a while to farm up, right? The daily quests, I think if you do all 3 of them, which are now account wide, by the way, so you can't like just do, you can't just like do them on multiple characters, which is what we were doing before. Each boss gives you what, 3,000 from the quest and 1,400 from the thing. Yeah, you'll get about 15,000 of that currency daily if you do all 3 quests, like account wide. And then you'll get a bunch more from like the sub events, right? If you estimate maybe 5, you can probably get about another 2,000-3,000 per character by doing the sub events. And then like each time you kill the boss, you get another 1,400. So I don't know. The point is, it still takes a decent bit to farm up that currency. It's not super easy. So the higher level, the higher item level that these characters get, the like less of a pain in the butt it is, right? Especially since we were trying out one of the like template characters on beta on Friday. We wanted to see what like the bare minimum item level would be, and those characters had an item level of 408, which was super low, and we still didn't have too tough of a time, at least with the first zone, which is the Isle of Dorn, right? I still haven't gotten an answer as to whether Blizzard just straight up copied that from George R.R. Martin, or if there is actually a lore precedent to having an Isle of Dorn. To me, it seems like they just took Dorn from like Game of Thrones and House of the Dragons, I suppose, and like chopped the E off, and they were like, well, this is ours now. Like, we have an Isle of Dorn in World of Warcraft as well. Seemed a bit on the nose to not only take the name, but also have it be like an island and low-key kind of... I guess the culture seems to be a little bit different. I don't think the Earthen are like as like chill islanders as the Dornish are in Game of Thrones. But anyway, point being, we were able to get through the Isle of Dorn, like questing and mobs, and we were even able to take out some rares at eye level 408 without too much issue. But the point was, we were previously expecting that those characters would end up with eye level 415 gear. Now, eye level 415 gear, I think, would have been replaced pretty quickly But the good news that Wowhead is telling us here is that actually it looks like on the PTR, those characters are potentially now going to be getting eye level 467 gear, which is actually really good. So the launch event and the residual memories will give us eye level 480 gear. In a situation like this, where we're getting the bulk of our eye level 460, like our characters are getting out and are getting decked out in eye level 467 gear, I doubt we'll be able to throw that into the catalyst. And even if we could, I doubt they're gonna make these like the items that they just give us convertible to tier set, right? Like I feel like Blizzard's probably going to want us to do some work, but in that case we can just use up all the currency we have to buy weapons for these characters, so at least they have nice eye level 480 weapons, and that should make things go a lot smoother in terms of leveling them. It looks like this is sort of the message that we get. We all of the items from the event will be removed. It should be interesting to see. Actually, maybe we'll hop onto the beta, onto the PTR realm on Wednesday and take a look. Or heck, I doubt we'll have time this stream because crafting 1 million gold worth of profit is probably going to take us a little bit. And in any case, it looks like they're saying that eye level 467 gear should last us around level 74 to 75, which is where we'll start getting upgrades. I'm a little bit curious on this part because I thought they were saying that the eye level 480 gear would get replaced by then. And I've also heard similar things for eye level 493. So if this is the more correct one, then that's sort of just all the better, right? That means that our remix characters won't have to worry about gearing as such and will outgear most of the content until about level 74, 75, which we can then assume means that the characters that just have the residual memories for 80 gear will be able to last until, let's say, 76, 77, and then 493 and 502. I mean, I think maybe our characters, like my main, may not have to replace much gear until pretty close to when we're hitting level 80, right? In any case, it looks like the paid character boosts are still just getting eye level 424 gear though. So remix characters are actually better than the like paid boosts that Blizzard sell, which is also kind of interesting, right? We do have one of those tokens to spend. Actually right here, right? Level 70 boost. We do have one of these tokens that I haven't spent yet. I was planning on creating that character at some point, not only to get them through the residual memories event and like get them their free eye level 493 piece, as well as the other things that they can do at level 70, like the one-time gear sources or the weekly gear sources. But it looks like they will still just be eye level 424, and it doesn't look like that's changed on the PTR either, so we should probably go ahead and create those. All right, coming across to the next change. This we actually saw in the beta on Friday, so I won't spend too much time here. But basically the warband contracts that we'll be creating are warband wide, which should be kind of interesting. I mean, it makes sense that it works that way because of the fact that the renown levels are account wide, and it would kind of be broken if you could have different contracts on different characters that would allow you to sort of focus on multiple factions at the same time, which would not be great, right? Like that would kind of be, I think, a bit more of an advantage to having alts than Blizzard would like to give us, right? I mean, the War Within is very alt friendly for sure, but I don't think they want to make it to the point where like you need to have alts to get to be optimal, right? I think there are definitely some advantages to having alts, and they're definitely giving you that, right? Like you are being rewarded if you play alts more. But I don't think they want to do it to the point that it's a straight up advantage, especially for things that can be a little bit competitive, like renown farming, right? And it should be interesting to see which factions we kind of want to rush first, which factions, at least in the early couple of days. I mean, the early couple of days, I think it's probably going to be the case that these contracts are just going to be too expensive to like really make sense for anyone to buy, at least from a gold making perspective, because we looked at the rewards and it seemed like most of the faction rewards the main limitation you're gonna have is not the renown level, but actually the artisan's acuity. Because even when you like max out your renown and stuff, it seems like the main like limiting reagent that you have is actually going to be the artisan's acuity. The artisan's acuity, because that's what you need to buy all the rewards, right? Like whether you're picking up recipes or you're picking up the knowledge point items, it looks like that's going to be the like, yeah, they all require artisan's acuity. I love that I said I'd be brief with that, and then we just took we took longer than I expected on that. In any case, then let's do this change first. The upcoming transmog collection changes that are planned for 11.0.5. This is planning on happening after the release, right? We get 11.0.2 tomorrow, which I'm pretty stoked about, primarily because of the fact that it allows cross realm guild banks, which I kind of love because, of course, I have a guild bank with all my characters in it. And so that gives me a lot more slots than the guild bank, than the war bank rather has, or at least than I have in my war bank, without having to spend a bunch more gold, because I already spent the gold to like buy a guild bank a couple of expansions ago, and I kind of just got lucky in that there was someone who had a guild bank that they were selling. I picked it up, and that's what I've been using until now as a sort of war bank of my own. That said, of course, the war bank is kind of nice because you can put warband bound items into it, which you can't really do with the guild bank, right? I would still have to mail those around, and it was a pain to manage those items. But so yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other features. Maybe I'm just not remembering them, but we'll see. Anyways, the change that I wanted to talk about here is that they're making it so that non-cosmetic class restricted gear can have its appearance collected by any class. So this is kind of one of the things that I found out the hard way last week, and then was whining about on stream on Friday, is that you can actually unlock what do you call it, transmog, that you can actually unlock transmog for other classes off of those characters as well. So an example is, right, we ran Molten Core on my mage. I don't know if we did it on stream. I think we did it off stream. I ran Molten Core on my mage, and I unlocked a bunch of like I got a bunch of tier pieces to drop for other classes, right? And I thought that would mean that I could unlock the transmog for those classes, and I could just run it on one character, and you know what I mean, like maybe have my mage parked there or something like that, and we could farm up all the transmog for it. Turns out that's not how it works. I only unlocked some more set pieces for my mage, right? Which I mean, sure. I think I got like one more piece of Arcanus Regalia. But that didn't feel great, and so I'm happy to see that they have made that change possible. The other thing is, it looks like they're also working on making it so that basically, if you complete a quest on one character, you'll get all of the different rewards for it. Apparently, this was a bug on the beta servers, and so that's why a bunch of people thought that that's how it was going to work in the War Within, and it seems like they were able to fix the bug, and so the version that shipped, that's not how it works. But people have whined enough that they have now reconsidered their decision, which I keep saying. I feel like it's awesome that Blizzard's finally like listening to players, right? I think like during Shadowlands and stuff like that, they did a lot of that, right? The past couple of years. I don't want to get too much into it because I don't really know too much of the behind, like I don't know too much of the drama involved, right? But it definitely seems like the kind of thing that they wouldn't have reacted to too much in the past, and it's awesome to see that they're doing it now, is my point. So I'm super stoked for that. I think I actually did vendor all of those items though, so I may have to like use the item restoration tool to get some of those back because I think I already vendored them. I think basically anything I couldn't use on this character I already went ahead and vendored, which probably means I should get it back, right? And just stick it in my bank until the new patch drops. All right, that said, since this is a gold making stream, I think let's quickly look through Samadan's amazing WoW economy weekly wrap up, and then we will take a quick break and we'll get into the actual gold making situation. I want to see how much gold we made on all of our characters. We'll look at the cross realm trade, like the cross realm trading, how much gold we made through that. And then we will go through each of our crafters and see how we're doing a little bit and try and craft up 1,000,000 gold worth of profit. And then lastly, we will yeah, let's see what we do after that. We may pick up some other professions and see if there's anything that we can do with the alt army that we already have within Dragonflight itself. My worry is that if I put professions on them, that's gonna be what I end up keeping on them, right? But the fact that what do you call it? Renown are like faction, are account wide, could be to our advantage. We have unlocked some reputation gated recipes that may be our best use of concentration for those professions, but we'll take a look in a second anyway. All right, now coming to the WoW economy wrap up. It looks like early dual gathering, a strong contender for gold making. Yeah, so this is kind of my plan, right? For at least for my evokers, just because of the fact that the Draktheirs have a perception bonus, which means they're more likely to have blue items drop for them. And we were looking at on the beta, and it seems like those blue items are A, going to be pretty rare, and B, kind of crucial to leveling up any of the professions. So whether we want to like pick those up in order to sell them just for straight up gold, or if we just want to like pick that up on or we want to farm those to level our own professions, it seems like having at least a couple of gatherers may not be a bad call, right? At least one of each, which is typically what I've tried to do for expansions prior to Dragonflight. For Dragonflight, I don't have an herbalist, I don't have a skinner. I happen to have a miner, but that's just because of the fact that my blacksmith always had mining on them because I craft a lot of old world transmog, and you needed to, like in the past, you would have to smelt your ore, and so yeah, it was just always easier being able to smelt and craft items on the same character, and so that's the only reason why I have a miner in at all, right? That sort of is leveled up a bit. And then also during Dragonflight, I bothered to sometimes level up his mining just so that he could continue to gain like artisan's acuity that we could use, or artisan's metal in Dragonflight, artisan's acuity in the War Within, so that we could use them to like guarantee max level crafts and things like that. But it looks like it looks like this person farmed up a whole bunch of them, right? It looks like this person, Lemonade or GG, spent an hour, and let's quickly read through here what they're saying. I spent an hour on my dual gatherer tonight just to see what an hour of herbing and mining would get me. Night Elf Druid, so I had flying for herbing already at default, and when I began my testing, spec on my Druid. Looks like they specialize in plethora of ore, fully maxed for mining fundamentals, mastering the mysterious 75. So it looks like they were able to get that to 100 skill, which shouldn't be too tough, right? With mining and like gathering professions are easily the easiest professions to like max out skill points on, because literally you just fly around harvesting nodes, right? It looks like they were, I'm not clear here on how many total knowledge points they got. Presumably they would have also gotten some from looting the treasures. They haven't mentioned it here, so I'm not sure if they got the if they were able to get the profession tools. Tools for gathering were a bit tough to get in beta. Some came from engineering. I tried to get my max quality tools for testing, but it was not easy. Okay, so it looks like they didn't really have the blue tools either. They had the green basic tools, which is also something I hadn't really fully considered. I had one perception enchant because again they're difficult to come by, and they had razor stones and which gave them more perception, and files of bountiful seasons, which gave some finesse, which is okay. I guess this is like a seasonal file. So I mean, to be fair, they have a bunch of things that I'm not sure if we'll be able to get in like week 1, but I suppose. Like, I honestly think week 1 is going to be so chaotic that it's difficult to try and sort of project, right? The main thing I know about week 1 of the War Within is I plan on leveling at least my main and then getting as many characters set up as possible. Beyond that, it's really kind of a crapshoot, right? It would be kind of irresponsible. I mean, I think like closer, well, I say closer, we're like what, like a week and a half away from early access. Whoa, It's kind of crazy. But in any case, I think probably in another week or so, like probably on maybe even as soon as on Friday's stream, I may actually have I should actually have a more concrete plan as to what I'm planning on doing with my professions and so forth, right? And so maybe we'll talk about that on Friday. But in any case, I think trying to like balance things, or like balance my plans on how week 1 or even week 2 for that matter are going to go is not the move, right? I wanted to I'm going to have to plan for longer term, and for that it's going to be the case that like for each profession I'm going to need like 3 or 4 of each profession, right? One to specialize in crafting just reagents. I'm going to need a second one who's probably going to, this is just based off of the beta testing, what I think is the most likely scenario is for each profession. I have one crafter who specializes just in crafting reagents. So like for leatherworking, they're just focused on creating different types of hides and things like that. We have another one who focuses on just crafting professional tools. And there's a good chance we use up their artisan security to get blue tools for our main crafter, right? And then we have one that specializes in crafting armor, right? And then depending on the profession, if like leatherworking, we're going to need one who specializes in leather and one who specializes in mail. For tailoring, we're going to need one who specializes like more in bags, I guess. What is it for jewel crafting? We have to take a look at jewel crafting, to be honest. And for enchanting, we may need multiple enchanters as well. We may have one that just focuses, like for enchanting, we'll have one that focuses on disenchanting, right? For tailoring, we may have one that focuses on cloth gathering, and we'll have to see with all that how we decide to go. But in any case, it looks like this character basically did what we could do, right? If you wanted to, you could do a version of this in like the first hour of the War Within if you really wanted to. And heck, you could probably make a couple million gold, because it looks like his results are pretty decent. Of course, we'd have to remove some of these items just because of the fact that, right, we don't have these buffs available to us. But I'm fairly certain you can use up the Dragonflight versions of these items, right? There is a file that you can get in Dragonflight, and it'll give you less perception, it'll give you less finesse, but you can definitely use it in the War Within, and it looks like the stats do carry over. It's just that the War Within versions are better. So probably on my Evoker, I should already go ahead and learn Herbalism and Mining and already get them the blue Dragonflight tools. We don't really need to skill them up as such, but we can definitely get them set up with the profession so that, the second the War Within drops, the second we feel like, herbing and mining, we can log onto them and just start flying around Dorne. But essentially, they were able to get a decent amount of Myco Bloom, right? Of all 3 qualities, which is kind of interesting. I do wonder how much of this is because of the perception buff. And I wonder how much of the perception buff can also, they have a perception enchant. They had some of the blue tools, right? It looks like they had the actual tools, but not the blue accessories, which is kind of interesting, because those tools do give you quite a bit of whichever stat. So I think we'd probably get fewer rank 3s maybe, but we may have more of the, I don't know. Again, I keep saying this, that it's sort of not a great idea to look at beta drop rates right now, just because of the fact that everything's kind of in flux. In any case, it looks like they were able to farm up a decent amount of herbs, a decent amount of ore within an hour, that they would be able to push some of these professions a decent bit. It looks like they did also get some of these other mats, which I think some of these are blue as well. But yeah, I think probably the strategy we're going to follow is that we're probably going to want to sell most of our rank 3 items at the start, although it'll really depend how much we think we can, be able to buy things, be able to sell things for. In any case, I think, some of these players are planning on, going herbing and mining the first few days and while leveling and things like that. If I could swap out professions on my main, it's not a terrible idea, right? Like, that is a fairly decent idea. The main issue is just that I have too many old world enchanting and jewel crafting recipes on my main and for all of my main profession people to ever think about dropping any of those professions, so I don't really have that available to me as an option. Debating whether to rush to 80 and completing the main story to unlock adventure mode for all my alts, or begin double gathering. So, I mean, it really depends, right? I would say do what's more fun. If you are like, if you do want to make a whole boatload of gold and you're okay to just like give up the like launch event, like launch experience in order to make gold, then dual gathering is hard to argue with, right? That is going to be the simplest way to just like transfer time into gold. But may or may not set you up well for the longer haul. I mean, because with gathering professions, it is very much like you will make a certain gold per hour, a certain amount of gold per hour, and you can sort of optimize that, but it's still going to be very time consuming, right? A lot of people do like herbing and mining. I enjoy it, but I just find that my gold per hour like gets lower as the expansion goes on, by and large, because of the fact that map prices come down, right? And generally I prefer to just be able to craft things in bulk and make my profits that way. But if you're willing to sacrifice, launch week experience in order to make gold, then dual gathering is probably going to be a fairly solid choice, right? So yeah, my thoughts are that I'm definitely going to have at least one dual gatherer. I may have more than one, and I may prioritize different things on each of them, right? We may have one that specializes in certain ores and one that specializes in others. Although I doubt I'm going to do too much of that because of the fact that I primarily am probably going to want to use up those profession slots for something else, right? We weren't able to figure out if perception impacts tailoring, though it could be interesting because tailoring is working as a gathering profession in the War Within. If you're not aware, basically in every single expansion up until now in WoW, tailors were always able to cloth would drop for all characters, and then tailors just had a buff to how much cloth they got. The way it works in the War Within is that cloth doesn't drop for anyone. It drops for tailors only. And then if you get these things that are like webbed nodes or like webbed herbs, then you can get a little bit of cloth on your gatherers. But I mean, as you can see from this guy's data here, this guy's data here is he got 14 weaver cloth in an hour, right? So 14 weaver cloth is nothing, is barely enough for anything. And so that's not gonna be great. The drop rates aren't great, but again, it is beta. Who knows? Maybe they buff it before launch. We don't really know. All right, moving on to the next point. Mantheus did some videos on how they've fixed profession leveling. Check them out if you haven't. It's pretty interesting, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot better that. It's a lot better than it was in Dragonflight. Essentially, you can push a lot higher. We've been seeing this on beta as well. I think there probably are still some changes that are going to come to the beta version of professions that'll change things up a bit. But I think it should be interesting. Transmog just got easier with the API. Cool beans, right? I think the more interesting thing is saddlebag exchange has become super useful. We will take a look at it in when we're doing our gold making stuff as well. Yeah. And Penguin also did a Warbank cross realm video, which is pretty awesome. Penguin has some great stuff as well. I really like their guides. All right. We are going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to come back and actually get to the game. I don't know how much people necessarily enjoy just watching me talk over Wowhead articles. Let me know in the comments or chat, because maybe then I need to just do less of it. Yeah. All right. Looks like we didn't sell anything on our transmog character. All right, let's take a quick break and be right back. No, where's my... All right, and we're back. We've got a protein shake on deck. And we are logged into the game. All right. So it looks like we didn't have any transmog sales, which is kind of annoying. I could do a repost cycle on Illidan. This is my main character here. I'm actually thinking, I've actually been meaning to potentially get like a little overlay or something on screen that will tell me which realm each of these characters is on, because that is one of the tougher things with cross-realm trading. Is it's in game. There's not really a great way to figure out what realm you're on. Sometimes I'll use Altaholic, this add-on here, which allows you to basically see a bunch of information about all of your characters, but it seems to be glitched on this account for some reason. I'm not entirely certain why. I wonder if resetting all data will fix it, but usually that's how I check. I see that we have a couple more people joining us on stream. Welcome to the stream. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you're interested in gold making right now, what you're sort of doing in Dragonflight right now. Are you mainly playing the launch event? Are you playing remix? What you doing? Let me know in chat. It's always more fun for like on stream when chat is more active, because it makes it a little bit more interactive, which is always a good thing. All right. So, yeah, I mean, we do have a bunch of auctions posted on this character, right? Let's see what the value is. We have about 3.8 million gold worth of auctions. I could do a cancel scan. We may come back and do a cancel scan, but it's also off-peak server hours, right? It's 8 a.m. It's a quarter to 8 a.m. on my realm, on my main realm, so it's not like a bunch of people are logging on early in the morning by transmog. Transmog sales have been pretty decent the past couple days. Just because of the fact that like I think more players are playing the pre-patch, right? So it is that's definitely a factor. I've definitely seen a lot more of my like crafted old worlds transmog, all that fun stuff kind of work out. But like we have been seeing a lot more in the way of sales instead of the usual like 5,000 to 10,000 gold if I'm lucky. You know, we've been closer to like 15,000, 20,000 gold, whatever it is, on each. Why is this character parked here? Oh, I remember why. Okay, I parked this character here because of the fact that we were trying to get the Adventure of the Onaran Plains achievement done. Because I'm very, very casually trying to grind out the remaining like achievement mounts that I have, right? And I do need to also do all these like the elemental invasion achievements. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, basically, let's pop over to Dragonflight here with one of the previous patches, 10.2.6 with the Plunger Storm patch. Excuse me. They added a bunch of these achievements that you can do that reward mounts, and basically they all require completely, more or less, doing everything you can within a zone and doing a whole bunch of it. So, for instance, in the Waking Shores, there's this quest line that you need to do, right, where you do like a bunch of different stuff for the Dragon Scale Expedition. The only achievement that I still need to unlock this mount, where is it? All right, let's see if we can filter on this here, achievement mounts, and where is it? Expansion, uncheck all, Dragonflight. Can we filter further? Yeah, so basically this mount you get from doing a bunch of Dragon Scale Expedition stuff, right? We already got this one, which you get from doing the Skara to Skara and stuff like that. But basically there's a bunch of achievement mounts and whatever. And sure enough, I'm getting distracted again. Like I said, I wouldn't during the stream. So let's Heart to Vile Draken and let's get on with the gold making. God dang it. And let me also go ahead and open up our Google Sheet so we can start tracking. Oh, where is it? I got a typo here. Adrel Show Planning. There we go. We'll just create a new tab there. And like I said, basically, if you're just joining the stream right now, what the goal of this stream is that we're going to try and make back the 1 million gold that we spent. We spent slightly over 1 million gold, but we're basically under 30 million gold, which was my target for the War Within. We hit it. We overshot it, actually. We got to like 30.5 million gold, I want to say, at one point. Right? Where is it here? Yeah, almost 30.5 million gold. This crazy drop you see here is just because it wasn't tracking the gold that we dumped into our war bank. And I put like 10 million gold into a war bank, and so it wasn't counting it. But basically the peak we got to was almost 30.5 million gold. And then I spent what is it, 471, 30,471,000. So yeah, I spent $1.5 million gold on items from the black market auction house vendor, not the actual black market auction house, but the vendor, because they're removing all those items at the end of the month. It's actually at the end of August, not the end of Dragonflight. But the most expensive thing that I bought was, okay, I think something's still funky with all my filters. Do we, why, eh? Oh, because I think the item is called the gold resonating crystal, but I think the bug is actually called something. The golden regal scarab is what. Anyways, this mount right here is basically, currently you could buy it off of a vendor for 1.2 million gold. At the end of August, it's going off the vendor, and you'll only be able to pick it up off the black market auction house. I made this mistake once with the long boy, the auction house mount. I didn't have enough gold at the end of BFA to buy it, and I've kicked myself dang near every single day since, because I keep seeing people run around on their cool little auction house mount, and I don't have one, despite being a goblin. Like, the main reason I play this game is to make gold, and the fact that I don't have one is my perpetual shame. So in order to avoid FOMO, I decided to just pick up the item. To pick up that 1.2 million gold beetle. Do I think it's necessarily the best looking mount, or that it's worth freaking $1 million gold? Not really, not entirely, not completely sold on that, but yeah, it is what it is. All right, we are now going to basically go through Craft Sim. We'll do a recipe scan. We'll figure out what the best use of our concentration is for each of our characters, right? For each of the professions. And we'll see if we haven't done any of the weekly stuff and we still need knowledge points, we may also quickly hammer out those quests. We'll also see what we do with all this artisan's metal we've been stocking up. Because basically for Dragonflight crafts, you have two ways that you can sort of make gold. The first is, what is going on? Why is Craft Sim bugging out on me here? But basically the first way that you can guarantee crafts of the next level is, of course, using concentration, which regens automatically. But for the Dragonflight crafts, you can also just use up illustrious insights, which you get by basically crafting this item with your artisan's metal, which you get from like weekly quests, and you get from first craft bonuses, and you also get 50 of them from the dragon shards, right? Which are an item that drop from all different, from basically most content has a chance to drop a dragon shard of knowledge, which will give you a knowledge point, as well as give you some 50 artisans acuity when you turn in the quest. All right, let me try doing a quick reload. I don't know why Craft Sim is bugging out on us, or not remembering any of the settings that we have set up for it. But maybe we can go ahead and create a sheet here. All right, so all right, and let's go ahead and create a very simple tracking sheet here. And so we'll just do this minus that. And for this, it's going to be a little bit harder to track because of the fact that we're planning on doing this cross realm, and I haven't yet figured out a good like add-on setup in order to be able to do that, right? Which will make things a little bit, just the teensiest bit harder to keep track of, right? But we'll figure it out. It's not the end of the world, guys. Don't stress. Don't worry about it. We'll make it through. We'll make it happen. All right, let's see if craft sim is working better after the reset. Doesn't look like it is. It's still kind of bugging out. I suppose I don't need the specialization info on most of these characters. We do want the craft results. So basically the way I'm going to be tracking how much gold we've made is through the craft sim crafting results tool. That said, I am a little bit concerned based off of the fact that freaking craft sim is glitching out on us, and the fact that we're trying to do anything on stream. Because as we know, anytime I try and do any freaking thing on stream, it seems like it just ends up not working for me. Yeah, I know some people talk about streamer luck. I think I have like a streamer curse where anytime I try and do any freaking thing that works perfectly fine off stream, the second I try and do it on stream, it seems to glitch out. Yeah, why did craft sim's like settings reset? In any case, first thing we need to do is we need to come into craft sim and change the expansion to Dragonflight. We'll then optimize profession tools. Optimize sub recipes throws an error very often, so we're not going to do that. We're going to include not learned in case there are any professions, like any items that we need to pick up along the way. And we will include gear, because if we can sell it on the auction house, then gear is perfectly fine for us to be crafting, right? So let's first check enchanting. And enchanting is actually probably where I'm making the bulk of my gold from right now, simply because of the fact that you use up such little concentration, and the fact that all the items you craft are sold on the region-wide auction house. Like, things just sell a lot quicker, right? Interestingly enough, a lot of profession enchants have been my like best return on concentration. And I see we have someone else joining the stream, so welcome to the stream, on whoever just joined us on Twitch. Give me 1 second, gang. I'm gonna take a quick little break and we will be right back. All right, we are back. Welcome back to the Adrel Show. If you're just joining us on stream, or I don't know, if you decided to like start the YouTube video on demand or the Twitch VOD midway through the stream, what we're doing is we are basically trying to make back 1 million gold that I may or may not have spent in the past couple of days. Basically, my goal was to have 30 million gold before the War Within. I overshot that goal, and then I spent a bunch of it on mounts and warbank tabs because I balled like that. And so now I need to make another 1 million gold, and we're going to try and see if we can do it within this stream itself. All right. First thing we're doing is, like I said, we're looking at enchanting. And what I was saying was that basically enchanting weapon, profession tool enchants are doing really well for me, especially the perception one. Let me see how many I've crafted. I don't know why it's saying that the last time I sold any of these was so many days ago. It looks like the prices are also kind of jacked up on this, so let's see if we can try and take advantage of that a little bit. That said, I'm also not too afraid about crafting these enchants at max level, simply because of the fact that worst case scenario, we'll just use them for our own gatherers, right? And so we'll go ahead and craft 20 of these. It looks like we need to use up basically 11 concentration for each of these. So that'll be what, like 200, 222. So like a quarter of our concentration. It only needs 11 concentration, so it doesn't really make sense to use an illustrious insight, like a full illustrious insight on this. We can probably use those when it's closer to like something like this, right? Like dreaming devotion, or or Wafting Devotion, for instance, where we need 66, there it makes sense because each of the Illustrious Insights will give us 30 skill, like 30 bonus skill, where if we used it for this item, for instance, we'd be wasting about, 19 of the bonus skill, right? Because we only need 11, so we'd rather use concentration here and guarantee the next level craft. But we'll go ahead and craft 20 of the Draconic Perception. I do want to see what happens once price is actually correct, because right now prices are jacked up. It looks like the market value average is closer to like 670 gold. So let's see if that's still profitable at 670 gold. And it looks like let's run this again. And let's see if once we correct the price, it's still our best use. It's the third best use, so we should still craft a handful of these, right? It's not the worst thing. We'll go ahead and craft 20 of them, like I said. And then the next one is Accelerated Agility, which also only needs 11 concentration, so we can easily do 20 of these, right? Do we have any left to sell? Nope, we don't have any left to craft. We'll go ahead and craft 20 of these. And enchanting is nice and easy just because you don't need to worry about item quality, right? Yeah, which is always good. The next is Sustained Strength. So sort of, I mean, the main stat enchants being big sellers is hardly news, right? And they're fairly risk-free because worst case scenario, we'll just send them over to our alts and use them up on them if we're really, like if prices really crash through the floor, which I don't see happening. But basically, we're going to do 20 of each of these, and that should give us, that should use up about 750 of our concentration. Homebound Speed is another good one, right? Speed enchants are always going to sell well, and it's always something that I'm happy to throw on my alts if nothing else. I know I'm being a little bit conservative today in that I'm talking about using these like not selling these enchants and using them on my alts instead, which was almost never going to happen, right? I don't see that being a thing. All right, Dreaming Devotion is probably the one is going to be our best like use of Illustrious Insights for enchanting. The issue is we don't have the recipe learned, and it's an auction house recipe. Let's see what the recipe why is the recipe not showing up here? Is it not? Am I bugging? Is there a different source for it? Yeah, it is purchasable off the auction house. Maybe no one's selling it on my realm. Perfect. That means we can actually start getting to work with using Ouroboros, not Ouroboros. I keep saying Ouroboros Exchange because that's what the site used to be called. It's called the Undermine Exchange now. And what we're going to do is we're going to look up the item that we want to buy. So in this case, it's the recipe for Dreaming Devotion, right? And we'll open it. We can pick whatever realm we want, really. And then we'll search for the item. And because we're doing it on stream, it won't work, or it'll just take longer to load, I guess. I don't know if it is actually loading or not. There we go. Okay. Oh, geez. It was up for 5,000 gold and like 18 hours ago. I wish I'd sniped that. In any case, we will then come over here and we'll see which realm has it the cheapest. And so Area 52 has it for 5,000 gold. So, you know what that means? That means we have to, what we need to do is we need to log over to one of our alts that is on Area 52 and pick that recipe up off the auction house. Now, I don't know if this recipe will actually pay for itself, to be honest. Ideally, we only want to do that if, oh, heck yeah. Okay, in like 3 crafts, we'll have already made enough profit to pay for it, which is nice. So we can do 20 of these, and I don't know if we'll be able to sell all of them because the sale rate isn't that high, considering it's, maybe we'll do like, you know what, we'll do 5 of them and we'll test out the market that way. We will use up Illustrious Insights for this, so we need to craft all of our Illustrious Insights, all of our Artisan's Metal into Illustrious Insights as well. All right, let's log off on this character. We made 1,900 gold here. I'm not going to count that towards our 1,000,000 gold, although the sheet is looking kind of empty right now. Because I do want to be a little bit more responsible and actually do it on stream. I don't want to clickbait too much. Obviously, we're not going to be selling all these auctions during the stream. Like, I don't think that's a thing that's going to happen. So it may be a little clickbaity in that sense, but hopefully I didn't clickbait y'all too much. All right. This is our Area 52 auction house character, so we'll go ahead and log on to them on our banker account. Meanwhile, let's see what else we can craft with enchanting to make gold. Wafting Devotion, right? It's less gold per concentration, which probably also means it's less gold per artisan's metal. The only thing is the sale rate on this is a lot higher, so we may have an easier time selling this. Let's see what happens when we... It's about 2,000 gold for basically 66 extra skill versus this one is Dreaming Devotion, on the other hand, is 2,000 gold for using a 41 bonus skill. So I think the Dreaming Devotion is the better call here in terms of profit. The only issue is that the sale rate on Dreaming Devotion is a lot lower, right? The region average daily sold, if we look at the bottom there, is 4.6 versus for the weapon enchant, like for the other weapon enchant, for the Wafting Devotion, the sale rate is 28.1, like 2. So we'll have a lot easier time selling those is basically what that means, right? All right, let's hit our war bank and let's withdraw. We need 5,000 gold. The problem is I don't have Trade Skill Master data pulled for all these. I need to go and set that up. I think with like a free Trade Skill Master account, you only get so many servers that you can add to your like records, which is not great. So instead I'm using Auctionator, and basically I just created a little Auctionator group that has all of the main items that I'm selling cross realm. And so I just hit the little search bar and it'll automatically update all these prices, so I can see at a glance, you know, which of the main items that I craft we're actually gonna be able to sell for a decent little profit on this realm. Dreaming Devotion. Boom. Dreaming Devotion enchant. And that is the lowest price, right? 5,000 gold. We could actually, should we buy 2 of these and sell one of them on our main realm? We could actually do that. We could probably sell it for like, we could probably flip it for like at least 20 grand, right? I don't know if I can be bothered though. And also this, Area 52 only has one up for 5,000 gold. The next one is for 7,000 gold. I guess the other server that has a couple of them posted is Ragnaros, and I don't think I think I do have a character there, but yeah, can't be bothered. Lazy. All right, we will actually hop back onto one of our characters on our main server, just because I need to mail it to my main from a character that's on the realm. I don't think cross-realm mailing is a thing yet. I could have taken this character over to Orgrimmar and we could have traded it and done it that way, but that feels like a lot of movement, and again, lazy. All right, Wafting Devotion. Let's quickly, we'll do this just to see where we can make profit without using up any bonus, like without using up any freaking concentration or whatever, right? And unsurprisingly, it's on the toys. Now, I thought I had a bunch of these crafted and like posted against like across a bunch of different realms, but it doesn't look like we do, and it looks like the price on my home server has spiked up a decent bit. Oh no. Professional shopping list for some reason is glitching out on me these days. I know I keep saying this because all these freaking add-ons seem to be causing a lot of issues, but like I said, I would be lost without add-ons, so I can never complain too much about add-ons being a bit buggy, because God bless the add-on creators and people who maintain them and all that. But yeah, profession shopping list for some reason adds, like when I add a recipe that I haven't clicked on through the profession frame, it bugs out for me. Anyways, I don't know if that means anything to anyone. All right, let's grab this recipe and let's mail it over to our main so that we can learn it and we can start crafting it. And yeah, but basically, very simply, that's exactly how you want to do all of your buying for recipes and things like that. And this will be especially useful in the War Within, because we're going to need to do that probably for all of the like PvP leveling gear, or PvP leveling gear. Jeez, what am I saying? For all of the PvP gear. Oh no, I accidentally opened up all my fish, which I didn't want to do because I don't know why I have so much fish lying around. It's not like I plan on actually doing anything with any of this stuff. Maybe we'll dump it in our war bank at some point, but right now is not when. All right, let's go ahead and learn Dreaming Devotion, and let's come back here, and what we will do is we will craft a handful of these toys, and just like sort of splay them out across all of the realms. not just because I also have a decent amount of profit per craft on them. And do we have any of these illusion primal fires? We have 2 listed on our home realm. It looks like they sell for more on other realms. The issue I have is that like on these other realms that I'm posting items on, I don't really spend too much time like canceling and reposting. And things like toys and things like illusions, right? They're not gonna, you can't just like, they're not gonna sell if you just list them once and then kind of forget about them. Which with the PvP gear and with the bags, there's the sale rate on them is just a lot higher, and so you can get away without having to do a whole bunch of repost cycles, which is not the case for the toys and the illusion. So if we have some already on our main realm posted, I'm not going to bother crafting any more of them. All right, we could also take a look at what is selling from. Well, I was going to say we could take a look at what's selling from our, for like what items are required for the weekly quest, because those will also be another great source of gold for all of our professions, right? The problem is it's a Monday, the profession quest is to reset tomorrow, and so if we craft a whole bunch of any of these and then they don't sell by tomorrow, we would have to hold on to them for God knows how long. We may not even be able to sell them within Dragonflight, right? Like that's how close we are to the war within that it doesn't really make sense to craft a whole bunch of things. That said, Rune Ceravite Rod being this profitable is kind of funny because no one's going to buy it at these inflated prices, right? The Rune Draconium Rod is the exact same thing, just with better stats, and is just as cheap to make. I mean, technically it costs 3 times as much, but we're talking between 11 gold and 34 gold, so it's not like there's a huge gap there. This could be an interesting item to sell cross-realm. The reason being is that right now, like with the War Within coming up, everyone's leveling professions, right? And so while we only make 34 gold profit on our home realm, on the other realms we would make a lot more gold off of this. It's just, can we be bothered? And I think the answer there, as some of y'all may have already figured, is no, we can't be bothered. All right, so that's enchanting, right? Do we have anything else that we want to do? I suppose we do still have some more of the freaking concentration left. We haven't used up all of our concentration. But I may just leave some of that in the bank and then see how we're going once all this stuff sells out. What do y'all think? If you're watching live, let me know in the chat. What do you think I should do? Do you think we should just wait until everything sells? Oh, we should probably reload the interface real quick, shouldn't we? So that it refreshes our auction house data. But the one that we didn't see on here that is actually also pretty decent in terms of how much concentration we need. Oh, I just realized maybe we should use. All right. Change in plan. We're gonna use Craft Sim's craft queue instead for a second here. So we'll just quickly go through and this is something that I have been trying to do more and more often, is using Craft Sim's craft queue. All right, accelerated agility. We plan on crafting 20 of these. Let's throw in, well, we don't need to throw in simulation mode, do we? If we add concentration here, and then we add open recipe, average profit 604. It is correctly collecting that. Collecting? Is that the word I'm looking for? Calculating. That was the word I was looking for. All right, so this will also give us an estimate of how much gold we're making and how much progress we're making towards our stream goal of 1 million gold. I do wish I could put together an overlay that like had it on screen, like how close we are to reaching our goal. Maybe on our next break I'll try and see if I can slap something together. All right, and we're doing 20 of the Draconic Perception as well, which will give us another 10,000 gold. Then we have the Dreaming Devotion, which we learned the recipe for. We'll get a first craft bonus for, which will give us a little bit of Artisan's Acuity, Artisan's Metal. I may as well get in the habit of saying Artisan's Acuity, because I know that right now I'm going to keep saying Artisan's Acuity, and then the second that the War Within actually launches, I'm going to keep talking about Artisan's Metal, and it's going to be really confusing for all involved parties. But hey, that's just sort of what you get with me. All right, we're going to be using up concentration here. We're going to throw up and we'll see if we use up the Illustrious Insights. We may save up all of our Illustrious Insights for jewel crafting, which I'll come to in a second. But we're going to use up concentration at the... Oh, no, we can't use up concentration. Dang it. Because we won't have enough, will we? All right, let's do that one last because I'm not confident that we have enough concentration in order to do that. Let's move over to, well, Khadgar's Disenchanting Rod. We'll add 5 of these. Just because it blows up our profit numbers here, which will make our stream go a little bit easier, but also genuinely these do sell, right? I've sold 8 of them over very casually crafting them during the expansion. I think I only unlocked the recipe a couple months, like a month or 2 ago, and I haven't been very active about like crafting and posting them all the time. I also like that this will give us what our total average profit percentage is and all the other fun metrics around here. Although it will reset if we reset the interface, which is not great, but it is what it is. All right, homebound speed. And if you're watching live, let me know. Is this interesting to y'all? Do y'all care? Do y'all care if I make $1 million gold during this stream, or like craft enough to give myself $1 million gold in profit during this stream? And so this should also tell me. This should also actually tell me if I have enough concentration to do everything that I'm trying to do. 20. So how much concentration do we have left? I think it'll tell me if we're running low on concentration. But basically this is 880 concentration that we've used up so far. And so then we need to come over to the only one that we left out was the Dreaming Devotion, which yeah, we need to see if we're going to use Illustrious Insights. I suppose we could use up 5 Illustrious Insights. Interestingly enough, actually, this one we should use Illustrious Insights for, because of the fact that Illustrious Insights are only supposed to give us 30 skill, right? But for whatever reason, the way it scales is that Blizzard gives us bonus skill. If we don't throw an Illustrious Insight here, we'd have to use up 41 concentration, which is a larger number than 30, I think. I think we'll find. I don't need to break out my calculator for that one, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure how it works that way, but this probably means that this is our best use of Illustrious Insight for enchanting. So we'll throw, you know what, we'll do 5 of these. How about that? We'll do 5 of these, right? And then we'll hop over to jewel crafting and we'll see if we need to use up any of our Illustrious Insights over there. And we may as well do this actually at the freaking at one of the tables. We'll do it at the jewel crafting table. Oh wait, I suppose I didn't look at crafting orders. We should see if there's any crafting orders up, because that could be, we could get some more gold towards our goal here. Let's quickly do this, and I should probably mention in chat as well that I'm online and open for crafting orders, because that will help us get closer to our goal of $1 million gold. Jeez. All right, jewel crafting. If you're watching live, let me know. Let me know in chat if any of this is of any interest to anyone, or if I'm just boring the life out of y'all. All right, craft queue and restock options. We're not going to do the default like restock thing just because I'm not super comfortable with it. Though I'm sure we'll be using a lot of this in the like restock tool. I think it's going to be super handy in the War Within. All right, it looks like for jewel crafting, our best use of concentration, on paper at least, is the Statue of Foreseen Powers, right? I have crafted a whole bunch of them. Haven't really sold all that many of them, right? For some reason, it doesn't look like my trade skill and master data is up to date, because I know that I sold some of them. It's just not showing me having sold any in the last 252 days, which I refuse to believe is correct. So I think somewhere along the way I've lost some trade skill master data, which is not great, but hey, it's the end of an expansion. How relevant is it going to be in my next expansion, right? I don't have any of my Shadowlands sales data, right? Which is why you see this huge drop here. I mean, the first like bit of this is just because I wasn't playing the game during this period, but then this like there's a gradual line here that is just missing because I don't have data. I probably should have explained this earlier so y'all don't think that I don't think anyone would actually suspect that I literally bought 20 million gold worth of tokens though. So I think we're probably fine on that, right? If you think I bought 20 million gold worth of tokens, I don't know. Let me know in the comments of the chat. But then I have a lot of other questions, right? Where if I would do that, why would I be busting my butt like this to farm up 1 million gold? Put your theories in the comments or chat. All right. Jewel crafting. So we'll do some of these Statue of Foreseen Powers. It looks like we do need to use up 81 concentration, which is kind of a lot. And they're not going to sell as well, right? No one's really going to be there's not going to be that many people who are crafting gear. let alone crafting gear with this very specific embellishment, right? You get, I mean, you can basically, if you're trying to gear up your main, you're going to get free 502s, more or less, right? Without that much effort, you can get 502, full 502. I mean, this character has full 502 gear, right? I've even upgraded my weapon past that, just by fairly casually playing the event. And then, like, I think I ran 1 or 2 LFRs. So my point is that there's not going to be a whole bunch of customers who are buying these Statue of Foreseen Powers. The item that people will be buying a whole bunch of, though, is a tiered medallion settings, because it does give you 3 extra slots, 3 extra sockets on your neck piece. I actually haven't put any on my main. I don't know how many of these I've crafted. Right? Let's look at the rank 3. I have crafted and sold. I've sold 879 of them. Right? I've sold 6.9 million gold of them, and I don't have a single one on my main, which is kind of funny as well. But I think we literally will dump all of our and these use lesser illustrious insights as well. Oh, okay, yeah. The problem is that we. All right, let's simplify things here. If we throw this in, why does that not give us any bonus skill? I think Craft Sim is just not calculating it with this. Oh, I think I need to plug it in here. All right, yeah, that makes more sense. Bonus ingenuity. I mean, I could give a damn about ingenuity, right? I mean, ingenuity is not worth nothing. Don't get me wrong. It'll be handy, but it's just not as good of a stat as anything else. So I think this is where we're going to use up all of our illustrious insights, right? Other than the 5 that we need for freaking enchanting, because I do want to craft some of those dream weaving thingamabobbers. But I think on this character, our best use is going to be on the tiered medallion settings, because these just sell super quick, right? 622 region average daily sold. And what that means isn't that doesn't mean that 622 is what sells in the entire region. What that means is on average 622 sell per server. So you got to figure out how many of our servers there are in North American realms. I don't know the exact count, but I think it's over 100, right? So the point is that there's like thousands of these being sold a day. And so they're super easy to sell these ones. And heck, even if we were to craft the rank 2s and not use up any artisan security or whatever, we could make 44 gold per craft, and probably even more without even using up any of our like time gated items. In any case, we have a bunch of time gated items, so we are going to use them. And basically each of these illustrious insights is going to give us 5 crafts. Now, the annoying thing is that means that even if we use up all of our illustrious insight, and we use up all of our concentration. Well, yeah, it's also our best use of concentration for freaking jewel crafting. So maybe I should do some of these Statue of Foreseen Powers just so that we have more like different items that we're selling. The problem is that these are pretty expensive to craft, right? The Awakened Ire are pricey, and the Dracothis prices have also recovered a bit. So if the choice is between crafting more Statue of Foreseen Powers or crafting more of the tiered medallion settings, like the percentage profit is going to be better on these, right? And so we're probably just going to do a whole bunch of tiered medallion settings. Firstly, to use up all of our dang concentration, which means how many can we do? Does it tell me how many we can do? Add open recipe. I guess we'll just do this manually this way. And we've optimized our profession tools. We've optimized our materials. We've optimized the amount of concentration we're using. Now, I will be honest, I have found the calculations from Craftssim to be a little wonky at times, because last time I figured out that it was actually better for me. Like my overall profit was higher if I used better quality materials and then just crafted more of them, right? Because for 14 concentration, I can craft like 3 or 4 times as many as I can if I use rank 2 materials and use up 57 concentration per craft. And I think that's the case again, right? Because if we just do some quick math here, right? If I do 47 gold per craft, which is what we get if we use, 75 gold per craft if I use up only 14 concentration, right? And I can then basically do 75 times 4, which is 300 gold profit, versus if I do what Craftssim is telling me to do, I only make 200 gold profit per 14 concentration. Yeah, the math checks out. There's like a 1 concentration rounding difference. The only thing is it'll cost me a little bit more, right? The profit percentage is lower. The point is that we know that these are going to sell, and we know that the prices are fairly stable for these, right? And that we know that demand is going to stay high because everyone wants more sockets on their necks, right? That's just a thing that's going to hold true. That said, I don't feel like investing a whole bunch of gold because I just spent a whole bunch of gold, so I may not actually go ahead and do that. Maybe we will just take Trade Skill Master, God bless him. We will just take freaking Craft Sim's recommendation here and do that because the percentage is higher. And so that is kind of preferable. I wonder if we can customize the material optimization. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. But I think the material optimization is optimizing for profit percentage as opposed to for like raw gold making ability. In any case, let's stop wasting time and okay, so we can do 17 with just concentration, right, which will bring us to almost 1 million gold. Can I see the total profit here, or can I filter on just like one profession in the craft queue? It doesn't look like I can. Let's see. We had, all right, so we had 92,619 gold from enchanting. Let's pop that in here. 92,619, right? Which means we have 907,000 gold left to go. Okay, that's fun. Tiered medallion settings. We said we're gonna do 17 of these, right? So we've got to add 17 of these to queue. And we're gonna do 17 with just straight up concentration. And then we're gonna have, we're gonna do a bunch more with the illustrious insights, and we have 40 of these lesser illustrious insights, and then we also have one more that we can right click and open up. Oh, flight stones and crests, yay. Where's our illustrious insight? We just crafted them for Pete's sake. 45. All right, so we'll do 45 of these, and then I suppose we could do the like weekly profession quests and stuff like that, but I can't be bothered. It's not that much gold. I'd rather we move on to another profession after this, because I'm already getting restless on this character. All right, we throw up illustrious insights, and we have 45 of them, so we can go ahead and craft 45 of these. Let's optimize our materials here, and these are going to be a slightly less profit per craft. Oh no, Trade Skill Master, Craft Sim is not going to let me do that, is they? Are they? So average profit, we're only making 3,000 gold after all that work. Oh, that may be trash then. We may not want to bother. I mean, we'll do it just because we have the concentration. It costs us nothing, right? Like we're just risking some gold. All right, using up all the artisan's acuity will get us about 8,000 gold. Now, I don't know if that's the best use of our illustrious insight, to be honest. It's our best use for jewel crafting, but we have enchanting on this character as well, so we would make more gold by just doing the jewel crafting thing or the enchanting thing. But the problem is we know that these tiered medallion settings will sell. We don't know that the dreaming devotions will sell. So never mind, scratch all of that. We're not going to use up illustrious insights in jewel crafting after all. We're just going to use concentration, and we're going to craft 17 of them, and then we'll move on to the next profession and be on our way. All right. So it said, is jewel crafting really only worth 3,373 gold to us? That's kind of depressing if we're being honest here. I'm sure there's something else we could do to like make more gold off of it, right? What am I missing? Oh, yeah, okay, I'm dumb. I haven't looked at the crafted PvP gear. We need to do a whole bunch of that crafting as well. And there we're gonna look at it from a more like cross-realm perspective. That's our gold maker for jewel crafting. All right, let's go to profit, and we'll go ahead and do the regular scan, and we'll see where we're able to make gold here. Okay, now BBF Fist, we'd need to farm things for that, which we're not going to do. Convergent Prism, I think we have some of these crafted already, and I think we have some of them like sprayed out across region-wide auction houses. We don't have the Rhinestone Sunglasses recipes. Let's quickly check if we can pick it up on any other realm for really cheap. I doubt we can, though. I want it because I doubt it'll ever be cheaper than it is now, right? The design. Because this is like a what do you call it, a freaking Dragonflight drop, and so people are going to be doing less Dragonflight content, and so they are only going to get more expensive. The cheapest we can pick it up across the region is like 77,000 gold. Realistically, I don't see myself making back that much gold from this because it is transmog and it's not going to sell that well, right? The sale rate region wide is 0.13%, which, yeah, 777,000 gold, not worth it. Not going to do it. Let's move on. Now this is where we make the big gold, right? Is on our PvP gear. And so the other day we crafted 20 of them and we've sold most of them. I don't know why Trade Skill Master's not telling me how much inventory we have on our other realms. I wonder if it's not synced up. All right, let's do more technical stuff here because that's always fun. We have region-wide trading enabled. Tooltip settings. I wanted to give me our inventory across all freaking realms, but it's not doing that. We want the full inventory. Simple inventory would just tell us on alts and Warbank and whatever. Yeah, we want the detailed inventory because I want to know which character has it, but it's not doing that for whatever reason. And I think it's just because of the fact that Trade Skill Master doesn't know how to deal with the crafted PvP gear. Like, it works fine if you mouse over the item in your bags, but it doesn't work well at all with the like, yeah. It took them a while to even add it at all, like add these items to get them to work with Trade Skill Master in the first place, and it just does not. Okay, here we go. So we have 13 crafted and spread out across a bunch of our servers, but we were selling on like 7 different servers. So the fact that we have sold a whole bunch of them across everyone is probably, oh, wrong item. Probably means that we can craft a whole bunch more and push them out onto the auction house. And the reason that these are still selling is because for PvP gear, for PvP characters, they're not going to want to do a whole bunch of the residual echoes event to grind their way to 502 gear, right? If you want a PvP, you'd much rather just hit the auction house and buy a whole bunch of these items. Heck, for most of my alts, I may not use up residual memories on rings and necks and even trinkets for that matter, right? They don't give me transmog, so I don't really care about them as much. I may just craft these for them instead, right? They give you stats, they give you sockets, they are super, super cheap to craft. And so we're gonna craft a boatload of these. I'm talking, we may do as many as like 50 of them and then just push them out onto the market and get them all sold. Now, the pricing on our realm seems to be roughly par for course. I'll be honest, on a lot of the realms I am selling them for like 1,500, 2,000 gold. So I think I am gonna go into our price overrides here and change the prices for these and increase them a little bit, just because I know that I'm gonna be selling them for on average like 1,000 gold, right? Not 100 gold. Jesus Christ, Craftsman, you're killing me here. 1,000 gold as the result, and we'll do the same thing for the necklace, right? And we'll save that as well. And now we will add these to queue. We are going to spend a boatload on rousing ire because the prices haven't recovered for this yet. Like prices have recovered and the prices are super high. And welcome to the stream, anyone who's joining us. I see we have some more people joining us on Twitch. Welcome. We are trying to see if we can craft 1 million gold worth of profit during this stream, because I hit my goal of 30 million gold. Well, I overshot my goal of 30 million gold before the war within. And then I spent 1.5 million gold. So currently I'm at like 29 million gold. And so now I need to get back to 30 million gold. So it's my own recklessness, if we're being honest here, but we're trying to see how far we can push with all of this stuff. And basically what we're doing right now is we went through enchanting, we added everything to queue. And the add-on that I'm using here is called Craft Sim. It's great. It's definitely the add-on I recommend the most. Profession Shopping List is what I've been using until now for crafting queues, but Craft Sim is definitely the best like all-in-one solution, right? Profession Shopping List has some great like quality of life features, but I think if you have to just pick one add-on for crafting, Craft Sim is it all the way. And the dev is also super friendly and super responsive. Anytime I ping him about anything, it's ridiculous how fast he gets things fixed. But did we have the right tool in place when we looked at tiered medallion setting? Because I realized I should move this window where I'm playing on an ultra wide screen and I still run out of monitor space all the time, out of like screen space. But that's also because I have my resolution jacked up a bit, so that it's easier for y'all to view on stream. But if you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you're making gold, if you're interested in making gold, and if this kind of stuff is helpful to y'all. All right, it looks like we do have the right profession tools. Do we? No, this isn't how we're gonna. This isn't gonna be how we craft it. We want the multi-craft tool. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that was right. Did we optimize for all these other professions? I think all these use resourceful. Like resourcefulness is going to be the best across enchanting. It doesn't really matter because you can't multi-craft proc anything, and it's not like we can do anything else with this. All right, so let's remove this and let's add in the correct profession tools that we want to use for this. And what do you think? Let me know in chat. Should we do 50 of them? We have tweaked the pricing here because we expect to be able to sell them on like higher profit realms, right? I've sold these for let's see if TradeScope Master will actually tell me what we've sold these for. No, sadly no. I suppose we can try and check the ledger. Let's do this. Direct, not inventory, geez. Revenue. Draconic combatants. If this crashes WoW for me, I'm gonna be upset. Combatants, jeweled. All right, there we go. Okay, so we've sold 134,000 of them this season alone, right? And I think this is in the past day we've sold them for like 1,300 gold on different realms, right? These are all cross realm sales. Well, a lot of these are cross realm sales, I should say. Can I? Does the CSM let me filter by like realm? I suppose I can only do it on specific characters. So if I knew if I knew which realm which character was on, I'd be able to check that. But basically, yeah, in the past 17 days, we've sold them for as much as 16,000 gold, right? The same item that's going on my server for 606 gold, I sold on another realm for 17,000 gold, which is kind of nutso. But our average selling price is 1,700, which means I think I'm okay with my 1,000 override. I don't think that's too bad of an estimate. All right, let's add. Well, if we craft 50 of them, we're gonna be here forever. So maybe we just do 40 of them. Although we do need as much gold as we can make from jewel crafting. So you know what? We will do 50 of them. We'll do 50 of the necks and then 50 of the rings as well. Although the rings we could actually do more. Simply because of the fact that the rings, right, everyone needs 2 rings and you only need 1 neck. So anyone who's buying rings will typically buy them in sets of 2 because they're not unique equipped, which is also kind of cool. I believe in past seasons they were. Yeah, I believe in past seasons they were unique equipped, whereas this season they're just binds 1 equipped and you can equip 2 of the exact same ones with the same stat, like whatever your best 2 stats are, you can equip them with those as well. If you really want to optimize, you can even go as far as like using missives. If you want to look up, what the best combos are, like what the BIS lists are saying and all that. But that's a lot of work, and you honestly don't have to work that hard these days. That's my advice. You just don't need to work that hard. All right, so we added another 29,103 gold per craft there. So I'm just gonna add this up in our little tracking spreadsheet here. 29,130 times 2, right? And that's 61,000 gold. My actual target was to try and make about 100,000 gold profit from each of the professions, because now we've been on 1 character and we're an hour and 40 minutes into the stream. So I would say we've spent about an hour figuring this out, and we've made like on paper we've made 154,000 gold, which would mean that this would need to be a 10-hour, like a 9-hour, an 8 or 9 hour stream in order for me to hit my goal, which I don't want to do. I can't stream that long. My wife will get pissed. So I mean, I'm not too worried because I know that while let me zoom in on this a little bit so it's easier for everyone to see here. I know tailoring is going to be a huge gold maker for us, and I think leatherworking should also have some stuff that we can make some decent gold on. Potentially alchemy, right? Engineering, also, like the other professions should be a little bit better. It's usually a little bit easier to make gold with them. I am surprised to see that the 2 jewel crafting items, we're going to craft 50 of each of these, and we're only making about 63,000 gold off of all of this, right? That sounds a little low to me, but it's probably accurate, right? And we may also get lucky with our RNG, and we may actually have freaking. We almost certainly will make more gold once this is all done, because the fact that our resourcefulness is going to proc a decent amount, and so we will get more mats back, and ingenuity is going to proc like what, 20% of the time, and so overall we will be making more gold than what's shown here, right? We have 154,000, 115. So for some reason this number doesn't match this number, and it's probably just a rounding thing, or I entered in something wrong, but it is what it is. Oh, it's 103, not 130. Okay, I suppose we can update that just so that we completely match here. All right, we're gonna hit create auctionator shopping list, and we will then come over to shopping. This is the auctionator shopping tab, and we'll hit the search all button here. I do like to generally keep auctionator open, but so high level, we're basically gonna be spending 53,000 gold, which doesn't sound too bad. Right, tailoring and leatherworking and stuff, those numbers are going to be a lot higher. And we're going to make 154,000 gold profit. So that's a 288% margin. With that said, I do need to take a quick little break, but I think we'll buy all of our mats first, and then while I'm like bulk crafting rings or whatever, we will. Oh, for a second I thought that said 2.5 million gold, and I was like, geez, I've made that mistake before. I didn't quite spend 2.5 million gold. But I have made the mistake that I think every goblin makes at some point, where you end up accidentally buying way more of a certain item than you expected to. We'll come back to the rousing ire in a second, and I'll explain why when we do come back to it, but let's just buy everything else that's cheap. Because we are going to be spending a boatload of gold on the rousing ires, and so we want to check the awakened ire prices. Awakened earth, we're not going to bother. It's cheap, and we only need 5 of them. There's not really much we can do in the way of optimization. Same thing with resonant crystals. If we really wanted to min-max, we could also look at like buying items and disenchanting them, or crafting items and disenchanting them. Right? There are a lot of ways to get cheaper mats, and at this stage of the expansion, right, we have the like amount of gold that we would save or optimize is not that significant. I mean, more than you would expect, in all honesty. For engineering, we'll probably spend some time in engineering trying to optimize our mat costs, just because you can actually increase your profits a decent bit. And certainly like in the War Within, early on especially, right, optimizing mat costs is going to save you boatloads of gold just because of how much everything costs. The point is that we've already spent an hour on this character, and ideally I don't want to, right, this is supposed to be a 4-hour stream, and we have like 6 characters to get through professions on. So just from a pacing perspective, I got to pick up the pace, right? We got to stop messing around. I'm going to close profession shopping list because it is going to mess with me a little bit. Create auctionator shopping list. I wonder if craft sim, okay, awesome. It does actually update. Now what we want to do here is we want to search for, and we'll do this in quotation marks so that it only gives us ire items. Rousing ire and awakened ire. Awakened ire is going for 485, whereas the rousing, there's more than what we need is available for less than that, right? For a lot less, because basically we convert 10 of them. So this is where we're spending the bulk of our gold. We'll spend 34,000 gold there, and that's the bulk of our investment here. Now I do need to we've pulled everything out of the freaking mailbox. What I do need to do is empty my bags a little bit, because I don't have space for 100 jewel crafted items. And ideally, what we would want to do is dump those items directly into our war bank, simply because of the fact that it's double work to like mail them over to our banker and then pull them out of the mailbox and dump them in the war bank. The problem is that we'd have to log out of that character and we'd have to log out of this character, and things are going to get messy real quick. So instead, I'm just going to try and optimize my bank space on this character by dumping things into our guild bank. So the first thing we'll do is just any shovels that we have that have 20 charges on them, because these are ones that I got back from like crafting orders, and so we don't care about them as much. Bakar companion. Oh, we'll vendor this because we already have it learned, so there's not really anything we can do with that. What else can we dump into our guild bank here? I think we should probably dump some of these old world mats. I do need to clear out my guild bank because I did it earlier on, and I know I've been advising everyone and their mother to clean out their banks and their guild banks and everything ahead of war banks, right, launching. Just because of the fact that war banks are pretty expensive, and so you want to minimize how much stuff you're putting in there. Do we have access to the war bank? I don't think we do, because the other account was logged in first. We can probably dump some soulbound stuff in here, right? Yeah, let's do that. Seed blooms. Well, we have most of them in there anyway, so it's what's one more. And heck, these silver coins, like, and the bronze coins as well, we don't really need to hang on to because we already have our empty fish barrel. I need to actually do the fishing for the auto mount. I've done all, like, I managed to do the difficult part, right? Like I did the RNG part. It's just like basic stuff that's left for me to do. Like I literally just have to fish up like 200 something fish. But it's just a time sink at this point. Like it's no longer like a rough grind. Spatial opener, seal breaker key, research chest key. We need that for Ziscara vault, so we'll keep that on. Actually, why? We're not going to be doing any Ziscara vaults. We got the mount. That's all we cared about. All right, let's dump some of these. Evolving mushroom, questionable mushroom, whatever. Don't care about those items as much. Alag, windstone, fragment. Oh, we can't dump those in anyway. Let's dump the rest of our fish in here. I'm sort of just like shoving anything anywhere. Which sounds worse now that I say it out loud. We have some barter boulders that we need to do something with. We have these tasty mushrooms that we need to unlock that mount. And we have some more of these razor wing eggs. Lost razor wing eggs. These we should just, well, we could vendor them, and I'm just going to destroy them because we don't have any use for them. And the element infused blood, actually, let's go ahead and throw those in the guild bank as well, because they are used for crafting. Actually, we'll go ahead and mail them to Direz. I think we should mail off all of our cloth and things as well to optimize some more space here. Are there any other reagents we want to dump into our reagent bank? I suppose we could just dump all of, like, the Eternity Ambers and like all the items that we're actually going to be using for to craft all the things that we're doing right now. And so I suppose that would be actually the best use of our space. Let's go ahead and hit this transfer all button, and it should transfer over everything that we can deposit. And let's, you know what, while we're at it, let's sort our bags as well, and let's see if there's any further optimizations that arrive from anywhere by that. And I think this is literally just the Blizzard sort. Oh, see, we freed up 2 slots at least that I can see on screen, which is nice. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break and then we'll come back and craft. we're back. So, we've gotten all of our mats, we've cleaned up our bags, and it's time to get crafting. Now, what else can we dump? We opened up another slot, so Primal Infusion we're probably not gonna use. I don't even know why I'm storing this in all honesty. Although, that doesn't really help us because that is that's a crafting reagent, and we're using up a regular bag slot. Let's dump something else that we're probably not going to use right away. Bundle of recycled parts. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's dump that in instead. All right. Now we have 43 slots, so we still can't just like blindly craft all of our freaking rings in one go. We will need to make some more space. Why is it telling me that a eye level 480 ring is better? Oh, because I have like a custom pawn thing set up. All right, that's annoying. Let's put it that way. Let's vendor some of this gear that we're not going to use. 463. Nope. 489. 493. No, we have better trinkets equipped. At least I think we do. And if we don't, whatever. Ring of Ancient Arcana. Yeah. Nope. Nope. I just basically want to have at least 50 slots so I can craft all the necks or rings in one go. What else can we vendor? Oh, we needed to mail some stuff out. Maybe we can save some inventory space that way as well. Cloth. We're sending to Dyrez, as it were, our tailor. Do we have anything else that we're not going to use for our own crafting that we can get rid of? Oh, you know what? I have a bunch of these freaking augment runes. Let's just go ahead and mail that to our banker. What else are we not using here? Awakened Earth we need. Oh, these we could mail off just because we're not going to use them right now. All right, let's mail these over, and hopefully we remember to not just throw these on the auction house and instead send them back to this character. Or you know what? Let's do it this way. Send it to this guy instead of our banker, because I have a nasty habit of just hitting open all on my banker. Sorry, for a second there I thought I was muted, which happens more often than I would like to admit if we're being honest here. Okay, let's also mail these to our banker. And then this we said we're mailing to our tailor leatherworker as well. Inventory management, always fun to do on stream. I know this is why you guys tune in, so you're welcome. All right, let's also get rid of some of this other crap that we have lying around, right? 466 suffused epaulets. We already have the normal mode transmog for this, so, and it's explorer gear, so I think we can fairly safely vendor that. And sunless grips, we can't upgrade that any further anyway. Oh, have we hit the freaking, I don't know if we've hit the catalyst on this character, so we may want to keep some of these like the items that we can use in the catalyst for free. There may be some appearances that we're missing with that. All right, and let's go ahead and vendor this 467 adventurer ring as well. Is there any other like, the lariat? I don't even know why I'm keeping my lariat around. Like, I don't think it's gonna be of any use to me at any point whatsoever. And realistically, we could vendor all of these, right? We could definitely vendor this piece, because I'm not gonna. Oh, no, never mind. Dang it! I didn't realize I had a champion piece. But we would ideally want to catalyze this. Maybe tomorrow, once we get another catalyst charge, we'd want to catalyze this and then upgrade this all the way to 502 and then push past to like 506 so that we can unlock the heroic appearance for it as well. These ones we can vendor because there's nothing to be catalyzed here, right? Yeah. It's for some reason I have it like in a set, and so that's why it's like separated from everything else. And am I really going to use a two-handed 480 veteran staff? No. We can vendor that as well. And we don't have another one hand to go with it. Okay. 62 slots, probably as good as we're gonna do. Can I use up this time rift thing? Okay, that saved us another space. Oh, we need to sell these to some alliance characters as well. The Gift of the White Warwolf. We could technically make some more gold towards our target by doing that as well. In any case, let's do this. Let's do we have any of the incense? Because we are going to be crafting a whole bunch with like, I know I keep poo-pooing freaking ingenuity, but it's not worth nothing. And honestly, those like the little whatchamacallits, the concentration that we're gonna get back from ingenuity, we can just use to craft more of whatever items we were crafting in the first place for gold. Oh, welcome to the stream. I said we have a bunch more people who joined us on Twitch. Welcome. Basically what we're doing today is we're trying to make back the $1.5 million gold that I spent in the past couple days after hitting my target of having freaking 30 million gold for before the War Within. And until now we haven't. Until now, basically what we've done is we've put together an entire list of everything that we want to craft with jewel crafting and enchanting. It's taken us a little bit longer than I would have liked, simply because of the fact that we still have to get to other professions as well, and concentrate. Well, all right. Let's see if any of these other items are of any use to us. Because this will give us. Well, we're not using concentration on this, and we don't need more jewel crafting skills. So for the rings, we're fine. For the tiered medallion settings, are there any finishing reagents? Are there polishing clots that we can... Ooh, the polishing clots may make us more gold. They just may. It may be optimal to use up a polishing cloth. Let's see. What did we go from? We went from 182. So the rank ones aren't giving us more gold. Yeah, none of these. The polishing cloth. So for jewel crafting, everything we're crafting doesn't really benefit from using a finishing reagent. And for enchanting, I don't think there are any finishing reagents, right? Other than illustrious insights, which we know and we are using in the most optimum way possible. Where are we here? Why is it showing only 50 craftable when we have mats for 100? Oh, because I think Craftim isn't seeing the inventory, like the mats that we have in our bank, which is fine. All right. Why did we come back to the auction? Oh, we wanted to pick up, right. We wanted to pick up the incense. Sagacious incense. I may actually have some in my bags. No, my alchemist has some bags. And we're just going to pick up 2 of these because we'll need one by the jewel crafter and one by the enchanter. I cannot be bothered for the life of me be bothered to figure out whether or not this is actually going to pay for itself, but we'll just pick up 2 and we'll use them anyway. We're crafting so much that 90 gold towards our bottom line, like 90 gold towards our bottom line isn't going to make a dent, but the upside of the concentration that we get refunded by having more ingenuity is going to help us. And so basically, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, the way that professions work in the War Within is that you have, for each crafter and for each character in each profession, you have a resource called concentration that you can use up to guarantee the next quality, guarantee the next quality. What that means is, if like using these mats, we would currently only craft a rank 2 tiered medallion setting. The problem is that the tier 2 ones sell for 300 gold and the tier 3 ones sell for 450 gold. And we only want to craft the tier 3 ones, right? Because of the fact that we make more gold crafting them. And so we would, with the mats that we're using, we would need 57 more skill in order to craft them at rank 3. Now we could do that by using the old way of either using illustrious insights or by using, better quality mats. And I think we still can't guarantee these at max level, even with max quality mats. But yeah, basically we'll use up this concentration pool because we have more than enough time for it to regen. These regen at about 10 per hour per profession. So enchanting and jewel crafting, which are the 2 professions I have on this character, use concentration separate, have separate concentration pools, and so you don't need to pick between one or the other profession in order to use up the resource, which is a way better system in my mind than using up illustrious insights, where you really have to prioritize one profession over the other, right? And it's not optimal because you may have, jewel crafting may have a way better return on your artisan's metal or your illustrious insights than enchanting, or vice versa. But basically the way concentration works is you regen 10 per hour, and you also have another stat called ingenuity, which is sort of the replacement for inspiration, even though it works completely differently to inspiration. But basically, Ingenuity has a chance to refund you the concentration you use. And so that's the item that we just picked up off of the auction house. The little incense item will basically allow us to have more Ingenuity, which in turn will allow us to get more of our concentration refunded, which is always good. All right, first things first. Should we just we may just try and get the rings and necks out of the way, because we do have to craft 50 of each of those. Or you know what? Let's do the other items first, just because of the fact that I will probably take a quick break when we're crafting the rings and necks, simply because of the fact that it's going to take us a little bit of time to craft all those, and so it may be a little bit less interesting on the stream. All right, first things first, we're doing our tiered medallion settings, right? And we said we're going to use up 57 concentration for each of these. We got to craft 17 of them. We got to make sure that we're using our multi-craft tool here, and this is going to use up concentration, so we do need to pop down our little incense buff. I don't know why craft buffs isn't showing us, like telling us to use it. Let's go ahead and reset the interface layout here, and we'll open up our craft results to see if we're how we're trending versus like the planned RNG. Oh, y'all can't see that if I put that right there. Anyway, doesn't matter. I need to see it. Y'all don't really need to see it as such. Slash flood. All right. Okay, let's get crafting. So, excuse me. We have all of our things in place, and we're making 200 gold per craft. Let's go ahead and hit the create all button. I think we have our craft speed buff up. Oh, wait. We forgot to put down the Sagacious Incense. Okay, let's pop that down. And we'll see here, we had an ingenious breakthrough, so we got some of our, well, we had 2 of them so far already. And so we got some of our concentration back, which just means we can craft more of them. And resourcefulness procs will give us back some of the mats. Like when resourcefulness, 17% of the time, we will get back some of the mats that we use. You can see these reagents saved here. And usually with if you're crafting in large enough volume, you will save enough mats to just craft more of the items. So Ingenuity and resourcefulness will tie together well there. Oh, welcome to the stream. I see we have even more people joining us. Yay. Welcome. What we're doing is we're trying to see if we can make, if we can get the session profit timer to 1,000,000 gold within this stream. So far we've queued up enough items to make 150, well, yeah, like 155,000 gold. But I expect that we're actually going to make more profit on most of our alts. Like this is just the first character because this is my main. And so I expect that we'll see a lot more profit being made with like tailoring and potentially alchemy actually. But we'll see about that. Tailoring and alchemy are goat tier gold making professions in my opinion. Less so in the War Within. If you're curious as to why, check out the streams that we did from the beta. It's just, yeah, the way the professions are shaping up in the War Within, primarily because of the fact that cloth doesn't drop for everyone, may mean that tailoring is a little bit less profitable, and also alchemy is a little strange in how it's working. Okay, so actually we can craft a couple more of these because we have more of the concentration left over, because we procced quite a few times, right? Our expected profit for this first item was 198 gold per craft, and our actual profit was our actual average profit was 193 gold. So we got a little bit less lucky on RNG than we would have expected, mainly because we didn't have a multi-craft proc, which I was kind of surprised by, because with 17% and with 17 crafts, we would have, or 12% multi-craft, I guess, I would have expected to see a little, at least one of them proc, but hey, RNG is RNG. What can you do? All right, is there anything else we have with jewel crafting that requires Ingenuity? No, it's just the rings and the necks. I'm wondering if we should do those if I should just do them off stream, right? We bought the mats. I've explained how we're going to sell them, right? We're going to craft 50 of them, and then we're going to spray them out across all of the different servers, and try and sell as many of them as quickly as possible. I don't expect it'll take us more than a day or two, since we are using the war bank to transfer them to other servers and selling them on those servers instead at much higher profit margins. Actually more than what I've estimated here. So in any case, let's pop down our ingenuity buff. Where is it? Because I don't, so the ingenuity buff, this sagacious incense is just like an item that you put on the ground. And so if you fly between, like if you fly from the jewel crafting area to the enchanting area, like we just did, you will get some additional, you will need to pop another one down. Okay, so we do have these two crafting orders that just showed up on our little guy, so we will knock these out as well, and that's 2,000 additional golden profit that we can add to our tracking sheet here. Although we had resourcefulness proc on one of them, so it would be slightly more than just 2,000 gold. Let's see what our craft log is telling us. Yeah, I don't know why CraftSim doesn't correctly estimate what the crafting orders does. It shows it right in the interface, but then it doesn't in the craft results, which is not great. So let's go ahead and reset data here, and we'll see how much gold we're making just from enchanting. Craft buffs. Oh, we already put down our incense, right? Which gives us 20 ingenuity, which is like 0.2 ingenuity, which isn't going to make a major difference in terms of anything. But hey, it is what it is. All right, illustrious insights we're using for this one, right? Dreaming devotion. We picked up this recipe super cheap on another realm. If you're interested on how to do that, definitely check out check earlier in the stream. But basically, you want to use not cost optimization. Why is it not showing me my material optimization? That's the window I'm looking for. Oh, because we can't optimize the materials, right? I'm losing it. This is enchanting. We can't optimize materials for enchanting, which basically means we're good to go. All right, let's hit the enchant all button. Enchanting, we're crafting a wider variety of items. If I had enough time, like if I could be bothered to sit and like babysit auctions, then I would just craft the one that's giving me the most gold. The point is that's not, like, I don't have time for it, and then also realistically I don't think y'all would probably have enough time to do something like that, and so I think it's more realistic for me to do what I recommend y'all do, which is craft a bit of variety and make sure that you like cover all your bases that way, right? You make the maximum amount of gold possible that way. All right, and so now we're finally at the enchants that we're going to use up concentration for. And so we need to craft 20 of these, right? We've got the right tool. We've got the buffs up. We've got our ingenuity buff up. We can't do anything about mats. We're doing them on a vellum, and we were using up concentration. And so we're making 600 gold per craft, and we'll go ahead and enchant 20 of these. And I get why enchanting can't use multi-craft, right? Because it would be super OP if you proc multi-craft on one of these enchants that costs like 2,000 or 3,000 gold, right? So I get why they don't do it, but I feel like for like the lower quality enchants, or like maybe you can like unlock, you know, one of the specialization points, like one of the knowledge point investment things. It would be cool if it allowed you to like unlock that you can like multi-craft on enchanting. It seems like the only consumable that you can't proc multi-craft on is enchants, which doesn't feel great. And like I'm saying, I get why Blizzard did it that way, but I do kind of wish that there was sort of a way that you could proc multi-craft on it, like, or like at least unlock it, you know what I mean? Make it like when you max out the, like maybe that's the reward for like maxing out enchanting, is like you can now, like multi-craft will now count at like a 10th of the importance. Like you'll get 10% of your multi-craft will now carry over to your other enchants. But again, I think it'd probably still be too broken for it to work well. All right, sustained strength, we're doing 20 of these as well. And I think everything is set up correctly, so we can just go ahead and hit the enchant button here. Oh, this character got logged off. Of course they did. All right, let's hop back on him. That's our banker. That's our banker character, our banker account for those of you who are joining the stream for the first time, and thank you. Welcome to everyone who's joining us live. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know if any of this content is helpful. If you guys are also trying to like rush make gold before the War Within drops, and if you're watching the video on demand, drop a comment. Let me know what's up. If you are watching live as well, please follow, subscribe, check out my YouTube channel. Do all the things, right? I'm very needy. I need feedback. I need attention. I need engagement. Makes me feel better about myself. And it costs you nothing, right? Come on, do it for me. Anyways, I will stop with that. We are then doing Draconic Perception. Which I was saying earlier, I think a lot, like I think these enchants are only going to sell more as we get closer and closer to the War Within, just because of the fact, well, two things. A, right now a bunch of people are leveling alts, and B, a bunch of people are leveling up professions. I'm not sure why, but I think it's because they don't fully understand that whatever you do in Dragonflight doesn't really count towards the War Within professions at all, right? In previous expansions, you needed to have, like, I mean, we're talking 4 or 5 expansions ago, before they like split up before they split up professions by expansion, where you have classic blacksmithing doesn't impact like Burning Crusade blacksmithing, which doesn't impact Wrath blacksmithing. Back in the day, the way it used to work is that in order to do like Burning Crusade blacksmithing, you would need to have 300 skill in classic blacksmithing. It doesn't work that way anymore. You don't really carry anything over. The only thing of value that I would recommend getting, and the only reason why I want to set up my professions ahead of the War Within, is because of the fact that these tools that you have for whichever profession, these secondary stats carry over. What I mean by that is, so for enchanting, for instance, when we get to the War Within, there will be new profession equipment. We will want to get that new profession equipment as soon as possible. However, it will be very expensive and it will be difficult to come by. So in the meantime, what we will want to do is basically make sure that we have as high stats as possible from the Dragonflight tools. So as you can see here, it has 2 secondary stats, which are resourcefulness and crafting speed. Those will carry over to the War Within. Those are not restricted to Dragonflight, right? So the 26 resourcefulness we have for Dragonflight will carry over to the War Within. However, as you can see, it also says equip +6 Dragon Isles enchanting skill. That will not carry over, right? That is Dragon Isles specific. And the reason we will want to upgrade to the War Within profession tools is because of the fact that A, is not going to carry over, but then also B, because the stat budgets are a lot higher, right? The item level, this is item level 372, which is the highest item level you can get in Dragonflight. The item level is going to be in the 400s or 500s for the War Within, and so the stat budget is a lot higher. You'll see closer to like 80 resourcefulness maybe, or crafting speed is going to be a lot more. And so those are 2 of the reasons why you're going to want to upgrade as soon as possible to the newer versions. The other reason is going to be because the new tools will instead of Dragon Isles enchanting skill, give you Kaz Algar enchanting skill. And so that's the other thing. But in the interim, if you really want to min-max things, definitely make sure that all of your profession crafters have blue tools for their professions, the professions that you plan on having in the War Within, and try and get them crafted at rank 5. It may be a little bit pricey. It honestly comes down to how much gold you have to spend, right? If you're willing to invest a whole bunch, I mean, this is my main character, and I'm just being just fine using quality 4. Could I make a little bit more gold if I had bothered to take the time to get these crafted at max quality? For sure. Can I be bothered to do it? Not really. And that just is what it is, right? It would have already paid for itself because I do craft a whole bunch, and so had I done it earlier, it would have already paid for itself by this point. I just couldn't be bothered to. Also, because every time I tried to get them upgraded to like max quality, the people wanted like 5,000-10,000 gold, and admittedly it was short-sighted of me, but I was like, I don't want to invest that much. I probably won't make it back. Realistically, with the amount of crafted in the pre-patch alone, I probably would have like made more than enough gold to pay that off. We also crafted some of these toys right here, and the reason I like crafting toys is because these are sort of expansion wide, as in even once Dragonflight ends, right? No one's gonna be like, the very few people are gonna be buying Dragonflight enchants or like Dragonflight, you know, weapons or like profession equipment. I mean, there will be a spike for sure, but not like, it's not going to sell the same amount. Toys will always sell, right? Toys are always going to sell because of the fact that they're collectibles, and people love toys, pets, mounts, transmogs, any of the stuff that you can collect. If you made the mistake that I did and downloaded all the things as an add-on, which is this add-on right here, which tells you how much of this dang game you have completed, it's one of the best and worst things I've ever done in the world of Warcraft, right? Because until now, I didn't realize that after 20 years of playing this dang game, I had only unlocked 38.5% of all the things. Yeah, not not great. And it turns out that downloading this add-on alone has been terrible for my in-game mental health, because of the fact that now all of a sudden, for some reason, never cared about transmogs before, never given a damn about it, right? Did not care in the slightest. But since getting the freaking add-on, I now am trying to unlock bracer appearances, like male bracer appearances from like Molten Core, right? That I never even knew existed. I'm never going to actually transmog anything with. But for some reason, because of the fact that I have this add-on telling me that I haven't completed, like that I have incomplete transmog sets, I find myself actually doing all sorts of moronic content. So download this add-on very much at your peril. It's really fun, but it's also not great. I'm not super happy about how much time and energy I have wasted now gathering stupid things that I don't actually care all that much about in reality, or at least I thought I didn't care all that much about until I had like a little progress bar up on screen for it. So my point originally, before I went off on a tangent about that, was that there's a lot of people who use this add-on, and there's a lot of people who care a lot about completing as many of those collections as possible, right? Prior to downloading the add-on, the main thing I cared about was mounts, pets slightly less, and toys slightly less, unless they like did something really cool, right? And same thing for pets. I didn't really care too much about pets. I have a decent enough pet collection, right? I have 1,000 different pets, which is, I don't know how that that probably doesn't compare all that well to actual collectors out there. But I was very casual in collecting all these things, right? I mean, I say casual, though I have, except for mounts. Mounts, I have 634, which is quite a bit. In any case, let's go ahead and start crafting these rings. We'll start with the rings, just because I think they're the better item. If you have to pick between crafting one or the other, the rings are what you want to do. Simply because of the fact that every single character needs 2 rings, and these are not unique equipped. So any customer who's buying 1 ring off of you will buy 2, because they can just buy 2 of the same ring and equip them on whatever character and easily get eye level 451 rings for whatever alt they've just leveled up. And if they're PvPing, it's eye level 502, right? Which is amazing. My main has a PvE. My main has an eye level of 502, and this is a character that I play the most by a long shot. So just being able to buy, like for PvPers, being able to buy a ring like this off the auction house for 500-600 gold is a complete steal, and they will take that deal very, very often. All right, we have 52 empty bag spaces, which means we can queue up all these, and then we're probably going to actually proc resourcefulness enough to like get more, like to craft more of these rings, and so we'll do that at that stage. All right, do we have all of our buffs up? We have the crafting speed buff is the only one we care about. We have the, are we actually supposed to be using the best quality mats? Well, I guess that's what was cheapest, right? Best combination assigned. Yeah, okay, so I guess that is the cheapest. It just happens to work out that it's the highest quality. All right, let's hit our create all button, and let's see how RNG treats us in terms of resourcefulness. That's really the only like additional profit that we can make off of these rings. Why did it stop crafting after 3? Oh god, I hope this isn't a new problem that I'm gonna have to deal with. Because in the past there was some specs that like had buffs that they would cast on themselves every couple of minutes, and so you couldn't craft more than like 5 items at a time. So you had to like sit in front of your thing just hitting the create all button every like 30 or 40 seconds in order to be able to craft in bulk. But Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break while we wait for the rest of these items to finish crafting. And then we will come back and do the same thing for next, and then we'll start listing them on the auction house. I do want to show you guys some things about posting cross realm as well. Exactly how I'm doing that in the quickest way possible, because I'm doing it across like 7 or 8 realms, and then at the same time, this is my main Dragonflight banker on Illidan, which is the main server that I play on. And so it looks like all of our auctions did expire, and so we'll do a quick repost cycle here as well. I haven't been cancel scanning anywhere really. Not on Illidan, not on any of the other servers, and I've still been seeing decent enough sales, which again, I like if you're working a full-time job, or if you're like if you just do anything other than play WoW in the day, the cancel scanning, I mean, you can maybe do it once or twice, but I feel like at a certain point it just becomes like, all right, what am I doing, right? All right, let's take that break and be right back. All right, and we're back. So let's go ahead and post all these auctions on this guy. Let's see how we're trending. Did we craft all 53? Wow, we only got enough mats to craft 3 more. We got unlucky with resourcefulness, but our real average profit, so I guess not, because I guess we did actually save quite a few mats. I don't know why it's saying that we can only craft 53 of them. I wonder if well, we're using the best quality mats, so it's not like, something's odd. I guess we didn't proc as much rousing ire as we should have. Either way, our real average profit is actually higher than what we expected it to be, which is always good. That's always a good thing. And if you're just joining the stream, first of all, welcome to the stream. What we're doing today is we're trying to make back the million and a half gold. I basically hit my goal of 30 million gold before the War Within, and then I spent 1.5 million gold on mounts and transmogs because of a silly little add-on that is also amazing called All the Things, that now makes me want to collect things that I previously didn't care about. And so I spent 1.5 million gold at the black market auction house vendor, not the black market auction house, mind you, but the vendor who is selling a bunch of items that are going off of that vendor at the end of the month. And so Blizzard's gold sync FOMO got to me, I usually try not to let it get to me, but it did. And so, yeah, I'm trying to make back at least 1 million gold on this stream. We've so far, if we look at our little tracking sheet here, we've made back 156,000 gold, as in we've crafted items with 156,000 gold worth of profit. And that means that we still have another 843,000 gold to go on this stream. I may have set the bar too high, but we'll see. Hi, Sash Marshmallow. Malho. So War Within is basically the new expansion for World of Warcraft, which is launching, I want to say, like, it's launching on the 21st, I think, is early access, and then on the, I think the main launch is like the 23rd of August, but basically we're like a week and a half out from it, and yeah, that's basically with the new expansion, you'll be able to level a lot more, like you'll be able to level all the way to level 80, which currently the cap is level 70, as well as like there's new zones, there's new a whole bunch of new stuff for us to do, is the point basically. All right, what's going on? Why are we not mailing all of our, do I have to manually mail all of these? If that's the case, I may just dump them in the guild bank and like pull them out of there. Although I don't really have a scalable way of doing that. Oh wait, I do. Right, I forgot the Baginator, the new add-on that we're using, is makes life really easy for pulling things in and out of the banks in and out of different banks in bulk while semi AFK. Let's hit this. Yeah, we may as well dump all of our enchants as well, right? Because I can't be bothered to like list them on this character. Do we have an empty tab? I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? Draconic Stopper. Why did we dump these in our guild bank? Have I bought any more of these? I may have just bought too many off the vendor because I was probably crafting. Oh, I think I bought them when I was crafting the Draconic Vials in bulk, and then I stopped crafting them, and so I just have a bunch of them lying around. I bought them off the vendor for probably like 3 or 4 gold. Oh, so I could actually sell them for a profit on the auction house. We'll bother with that some other time. All right, let's. I'm still hoping that I can mail them some. I can just use the mailbox system instead, and then hit export all. Oh, but I'll have to manually. No, okay, no. Let's do it. Let's just do it that way. Where is it? Draconic. Boom. Let's hit transfer, and that'll transfer all these over. In the meantime, we will open up these auctions. We'll open up the mails on our banker tune and start posting some of these on our server's auction house. I think we'll post like 10 on our server's auction house, and then send the others over to other realms where we can make more gold with them. Potentially the enchants I should actually bother mailing, just because it'll be a little bit quicker. There is a bit of lag with using a guild bank. To be fair, that lag exists with the war bank as well. But it seems to be a little bit worse with guild banks. So, I mean, for inventory management, war banks are still superior. Even with tomorrow's patch, that's going to make guild banks region wide. War banks are still going to be a little bit superior to guild banks for inventory management, just because of the lag. As you can see, it's taking like it's taking a couple milliseconds every time we try and drop something into the guild bank there. All right, let's head back to the crafting table, and let's throw our crafting speed buff back up and craft all like 50 of the next like we were planning on. And then we're going to hop over to our leatherworker tailor, which is where I'm really hoping we can make a lot more gold a lot quicker, because otherwise this is going to be a long stream, folks. All right. We need to pop our crafting speed buff just so that happens a little bit quick, like so that we craft a little bit quicker. And we'll do 50 of these because I want to craft more rings than I do next, in all honesty. I know we said we'll do 50 of each, but anything that we proc from resourcefulness, I ideally want to then pump into the rings, just because the rings, everyone needs 2 per character, whereas with next you only need 1. And I don't know if people are still using Elemental Lariat. I don't think it's as GOAT tier in the pre-patch as it was for a lot of other, like for a lot of the other seasons. Okay, let's do this. Let's combat and see. Yeah, there we go. So this should allow us to pull them out pretty easily. Okay, it works. It works. It's not the best, but it's still quicker than manually clicking on all these things, which I will be honest, I've spent a lot of my life doing. The bag add-on that I'm using, by the way, is called Baginator. Previously, I used to use an add-on called Addy Bags, which I absolutely loved, but the developers stopped making. So instead, I've been hunting for a replacement. There is an add-on called Better Bags, which is supposed to be like the spiritual successor. But I don't think it's as feature-rich as Baginator, which is this add-on here, which is why I don't have just like one bag with a whole bunch of things. I can instead set up filters and have different categories in my bags, which is really handy, right? All my warband items are here. All of my potions, my foods, like at a glance, I can see all these items, right? I can see where my weapons are, my armor, my reagents, and so forth. And I just kind of prefer viewing my inventory in that sort of context, as opposed to just having a single bag. With Baginator, you can actually choose to instead have it in the single bag, like the classic, like the way that Blizzard does it. I just prefer having it into category groups, but it's super, super customizable, and the dev is absolutely amazing. I cannot say enough good things about the dev. Plus Mouse, yeah, my bad. Plus Mouse, because they also make Auctionator, Journalator, all of the Aider add-ons, really, Syndicator. But it has a bunch of cool features. I cannot say enough good things about this add-on. I really can't. All right, let's craft the rest of these rings, and then let's log over to our freaking Taylor Jewel Crafter, right? Or Taylor Jewel Crafter, Taylor Leatherworker. This is what happens when I try and like talk and do things at the same time. All right, do we have anything else from here? Any other Dragonflight items that we want to post up on the auction house? 5 gold. No. We'll probably, yeah. These are these. I don't get how auctions work. Like why people post up these auctions, right? Where this item is selling on the auction house for 5 gold, you can vendor it for 5 gold. The only difference is if you sell it on the auction, you got to give a 10% cut to the auction house. And then also you need to bother with like posting it and reposting it and canceling it and all of that fun stuff. I don't know who just has so much free time on their hands that they're bothering to do all of that. I guess people probably don't realize that they have it set up that way. Anything else that we want to post in the auction house? Not really, right? What are these selling for on the auction house? Oh, dang it. Smelly treasure. Annoyingly, all the things interface, like tooltip is taking up more space than, is taking up so much space that we can't see what the trade skill master pricing is for these, which is kind of annoying. I can probably switch off Altaholic's like inventory reports, because the fact that it's not working super well with the war banks, and I'm sure that that's just a matter of time until they like fix the add-on to get it to work that way. Oh god, my screen is a complete mess. Tooltip, show item source. Sure, item count per character we don't need to show. Let's see if that simplifies things. No, that didn't seem to do much of anything. Total item count, total own 217. Oh, maybe we need to reload. Total item count, recipes already known, learnable by. Yeah, we want all those things. Guild bank count. I mean, we can switch that off because we'll already get that from. Oh, item count per character is handy for currencies though, because Trade Skill Master doesn't do that for currencies, does it? Let's quickly check. Yeah. I don't know which add-on is giving me where it says like a droll and 31 in brackets. Anyway, this is a complete tangent and has nothing to do with what we're trying to do right now. What I did want to do, though, is we're just going to crush some of our own gems. I don't know if this is profitable. It very well may not be. Let's hide the unavailable and let's figure out what the cheapest gems we have are. These are 75 copper, 75 silver each, so we'll crush these. Mainly because I need more silken gem dust to craft more tiered medallion settings to use up the remaining concentration that we have. And then we'll just pick whatever's cheapest next. And so these Mystic Sapphires are pretty cheap. Our average profit's actually negative on these though, so probably not a great idea. This is definitely going to be another one of those cases of like, do as I say and not as I do. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is a great way to lose gold. I just cannot be bothered to like hit the auction house and buy more silken gem dust and then go back and forth. Okay, we can, for some reason we can still only craft one of them. Let's see if we proc resource from this. Let's throw our multi-craft tool on and let's craft one. I mean, the net benefit of this is going to be like 300 gold in profit, which means it's not a great use of our time right now, but I'm, again, do as I say, not as I do, because this is not a great idea. Did we crush? No, we didn't crush yet. Let's crush and crush and crush. Oh, you know what though? Okay, yeah, let's not bother doing this anymore. We're doing all this over 400 gold, which is not going to make a dent into our actual tracking, and we're already behind. I did get a crafting achievement right then, though. I got the jewel crafting enchantment. This one, achievement. Craft 1,000 times with the jewel crafting profession. And I know that it isn't counting anything before the patch, because of the fact that I've definitely crafted way more than 2,000 items with jewel crafting. I don't know about prospecting, but I've definitely prospected more than 7 times on this character. It just doesn't. It's just the tracking doesn't pick it up for whatever reason. All right, we are going to do the exact same thing. We're just going to put in draconic combatants, and we're going to hit the transfer button here, and then we'll log over to we'll swap over to our banker character. Draconic. Oh, I do wish guild banks also had a. So basically, what another lovely feature of Baginator is that you can see your warband bank all in one tab, which is also amazing. Instead of having to go through like the individual tabs and remembering where things are, or you relying on search or whatever, it just gives you this everything window that has all of your freaking warbank tabs in one place, which is goated, which is just amazing, right? Again, I cannot say enough good things about this add-on. And we'll transfer some of these over to other realms and see if we can sell them there, because they're toys. They don't move super fast, but they do make a decent bit of gold. All right, let's dump all these rings into our warbank and transfer them to other servers. The ones that we just crafted, will be the ones that we sell on our home server, where they're not going to make as much gold profit, but they will move pretty fast because I play on US Illidan, which is a full pop server, and so yeah, there is a lot of volume that happens. Oh, and we crafted another tiered medallion setting. Let's throw that in the bank as well. Do we have anything else here that we need to sell, like that we need to throw up on the auction house that we should move over? Oh, we should sell these Phial of Electricities as well. 75 gold I'll take. Most potions are like so cheap these days that I don't bother, but 75 gold for a potion, I'll take that. It's not like I actually crafted those. Oh, I may have bought those actually, because I was doing a bunch of Torghast runs for mounts, and so I may have actually bought that one, because I do remember buying potions for that. All right, are there any other weekly tasks we need to do on this character? Because realistically, I'm probably not going to log onto my main until after reset. We did our 2 LFR wings, primarily for the like mount. What do you call it? The like transformations that our buddy Seekjet, who's usually on the streams, told us about, and so I've just been doing those on a bunch of my alts, and then also for the bullions and the what do you call it? The where is it? I got another add-on for the Great Vault item, not because we care about the item, but because we want more crests, and LFR is super quick to do on alts these days in any case. So yeah, the main thing that I'm doing on most of my alts is, if I have the time and patience, then I will do world bosses, because that is a decent way to gear up as well, and is pretty painless and quick to get done. This week I bothered actually doing the Aiding the Accord quest, like the last hurrah quests, as well as like the Loam Niffin, because we hit Exalted. I think within this lockout with the Loam Niffin, I've been a lot more active in like PvE stuff this week than I usually am. We still need to, the only faction that we have left is Maruk Centaur, and so we need to grind that out at some point, but we may do it next reset. Beyond that, the things that I would recommend that you definitely do on every single character, though, is the Token of the Remembrancers. So basically, the pre-launch event that's going on right now, the first time you kill the boss on a given character per week, you get a chest called the Token of the Remembrancers, which will give you a 493 champion piece of gear, which means, like this one, you can actually upgrade it all the way up to I think 512 if you were able to get enough crests, but easily you can get it to 506 just doing the event, right? Because once all of your gear pieces, like basically once you can't upgrade anything anymore with Whelpling's crests, you can then trade in your Whelpling's crests for Drake's crests, and then Drake's crests for Worm's crests eventually as well. And what I mean by that is basically any of these items, you can come over to this guy right here, the item upgrader, and you can basically use flight stones and different types of crests to upgrade your items. And you want to do that is the long and the short of it, basically. We're capped on flight stones, which is not great. I should probably find something to dump my flight stones into. I just don't know what. We can do this to downgrade our crest, but we don't need it. We don't need any of the Whelpling's crests. We need Worm's crests to upgrade all these items because they're all eye level 502. This may be a problem for us to do. This may be something for me to deal with off stream. But I know that if I'm capped on flight stones, I'm not going to realize it after reset. I'm going to come back and run a bunch of events and gather a bunch more flight stones and not have them show up because of the fact that we're locked. Oh, you know what we do need to do, and we will do real quick before we hop over. This is not a great use of time. I know that we're still behind on our stream goal, but I also know that I'm not going to hop onto this character until after the reset, most likely. And so we will do this before the event ends. But we're going to head to Dalaran because Legion Time Walking is currently active. And I actually wanted to put out a little video on this, but I didn't get around to it. So we'll do it the next time that the Time Walking is up. Let's check our calendars because I think next week's event is Arena Skirmish bonus event, which is whatever. And then we have the launch of, I'm surprised they don't have like an in-game thing telling us when the War Within launches and early access starts, but hey, it's Blizzard. What could I expect, to be honest? If you're watching live, by the way, drop a message in chat. First of all, thank you so much for watching live. But drop a message in chat. Let me know what you're doing, what you're playing, all that fun stuff. But basically, what we're going to want to do, with the pre-patch, you can now transfer currencies between different characters, which means you can do the same. You can do that for Time Warp badges as well. So if you're anything like me, you've probably gotten Time Warp badges across a whole bunch of different alts, right? That you've taken through different like events, through the anniversary events. You get some for that. You know, you may have run a dungeon or two, like you've done a Time Walking dungeon or two on some of these characters, and so you have a bunch of Time Walking badges spread out across a whole bunch of characters. The problem is that the rewards that you want to buy, if you're anything like me, is you probably want to buy the mount, right? The nice thing is that since you can now transfer currencies between characters, my main is 200 Time Warp badges short. Now, prior to the change, I would have had to run an entire dungeon to get enough of this currency to like buy a mount and all that. Whereas now I can just open up my currency tab, hit transfer, and in this window, select a character that I want to transfer the currency off of, hit confirm. And if my add-ons don't glitch out on me, which sometimes happens, right? It's a rare. Usually if I'm doing something on stream, we're going to have issues with add-ons. That's just how it goes. I've made my peace with it. But if the add-ons don't glitch out, the currency will just show up on this character. We will do that real quick because I'm going to forget, and then I'm gonna miss out on getting the Legion time walking mount for like another full cycle of everything. So let's go ahead and disable Ace 3, which I guess is the add-on that's causing us problems. All right, we transferred everything to the war bank. We still need to transfer all these things out of the guild bank. Sorry, I know I'm jumping around. I'm trying to do less of that. Draconic Combatants gear. Let's pull all of this out. Okay, let's see if because I know there's like 3 add-ons that cause errors when I'm trying to transfer currencies, and it's never the add-ons I expect it to be. It's never like I would expect it to be maybe Trade Skill Master or okay, there we go, that worked. So now we have 5,000 currency on our main, and we can just come over to the vendor, buy the mount. Heck, we could even buy the transmog if we really wanted this, or you know, whatever other item we want to pick up. Yeah, whether it's an appearance, whether it's, heck, it could be heirlooms. I personally find heirlooms to be completely pointless. But hey, if you're trying to collect heirlooms, you can do that. Or if you want to buy these insignias that like give you bonus rep. Heck, you may also just be trying to get like mats, or the other option I think is also there. I think there's also some pets, and I think there's some toys. Let's see if we filter on toys. Yeah, there's this toy. Oh, I'm trying to preview the toy. It's a toy. We can't preview it. Should we pick that up as well? Let me know in chat. Do you think we should pick up the toy as well? Just since it's up, and since we have more than enough badges to buy all of the mounts whenever their respective time walking comes up, right? Is this correct? Oh, I guess it's telling me I'm estimated. So basically all the things will tell me here, if you see this like list of contains, right? It shows me all the different items that I can pick up with this currency. And it looks like it's telling me that I only need 15,000 time warp badges, and I know that isn't correct because of the fact that I still need a handful of the mounts, and those each cost 5,000. So I think this is only showing me how many time warp badges I need to buy everything from Legion time walking specifically. So no. Okay, we'll wait with the toy. We'll wait with the toy is the point. All right, let's go ahead and learn the mount, and of course we do need to do a quick little. Why can't I mount here? Ground mounts are not allowed here. Why is it a ground mount to begin with? Oh god, is this another add-on issue? Okay, there we go. Hey, in the North Mara. So I've been playing on and off for like 19 and a half, almost 20 years at this point, which is, yeah. Lots of different ways to feel about that. So Sash, what I was saying is that I was asking if y'all thought I should pick up the toy off the vendor, but then I decided that I don't want to pick up the toy because I want to instead save my gold to pick up more mounts like this. So yeah, this is what this mount looks like. I don't think we need to spend too much time on it. The mount special I think is going to be the same as all the other griffins, or hippogriffs rather. But hey, it's another hippogriff we have, and hippogriff mounts are dope, so can't be too upset about that. All right, let's log off of this character. I don't think there's anything else we need to do within this lockout. Let me just check my saved instances real quick. The super bloom we didn't do, don't really care. We're anyway locked out on flight stone. We're already capped on flight stones and everything else. So let's go ahead and log out of this character and log on to our tailor and leatherworker and see if we can make a serious dent into our stream goal here of making 1 million gold profit. Yeah, that character got us like 156,000 gold, slightly more actually, because we got lucky with our RNG procs. But we still have a little bit to go. By which I mean like 850,000 gold. I suppose I don't think we counted any of these sold auctions that we had online. Oh, although we're going to in a second here because I see that we'd sold a couple more items on the auction house while we've been streaming. Yeah, so we made another 3,400 gold But I think we'll look at those numbers at the end of the stream, just because of the fact that it's going to keep updating and I don't want to have to spend too much time like doing math. Five. Okay, yeah, five of each of these is good, and we throw the rest of them into our warbank and we sell them on other realms. Oh, I didn't even check. I'm not even checking the pricing on the rest of these. Oh well, if it sells for 530, it sells for 530. It is what it is. I think we have enough in the way of margins that that's not going to be too big of a deal one way or another. Are these really only 23.75? And now what we will have to do is because of the fact that these are region-wide auction houses, these are region-wide auctions. Trade Skill Master set up to only sell 5 of them. We'll just manually post the rest of these. Oh, and it looks like we already sold one of them, I guess. Should we do more of these signets on here? I think we're just gonna post up the rest of these. Or we may try and sell them on Area 50. Nah, let's do 3 more here since we have them on hand. 19 to 20 years, I'm an absolute pro. I don't know about that. I keep coming up with creative ways to die. I'll give you that much. I keep coming up with new ways to die in this game. 20 years in, I'm still figuring out creative ways of dying, but I suppose that is some sort of evolution. We don't want to transfer everything in win. We just want to transfer Draconic, Combatant's Gear. And we're going to run out of space in our Warband bank. Now, do I dig myself a bigger hole to have to fill before the War Within by purchasing the next tab, which does cost 500,000 gold? No, we're not going to. I will end up buying that tab at some point, just not on this stream, because we've only made back like 160,000 gold. What is it? Yeah, like less than 160,000 gold versus our goal of 1 million. So we're not going to do it on this stream, but we will do it on one of the others. Let's pull some items out of our war bank that we don't need to have in there. I think these eye level 415 chests and these 385 items, we will take a look at which characters we can unlock transmog for them with at some point, but for now I'm just gonna pull these out and keep them in my bags so that we can have more of like our cross realm server items, because I don't think having this in the warband bank is actually going to be of any use, right? Some of these transmog items and like cauterins and things like that, I doubt I'm actually going to be using cross realm all that much, and so we might as well just pull them out and dump them in like a regular bank, because they're literally like just warehousing. The war bank ideally you want to use for items that you're moving around a bit, right? Like that there's actually a purpose. Like the war bank, at least until you can afford all of the slots, you generally want to use for items that you're gonna like be moving around. It's kind of pointless to have items that you're just like storing in there. All right, first things first, we haven't done our crafting order quests, which is not great. We'll send some crafting orders over from our alt to this character and finish those off, because I do still need some points for leatherworking. For tailoring, it's kind of a take it or leave it situation. It doesn't really matter. I'm already maxed out on tailoring, and so it doesn't really matter if I get any more knowledge points. The main reason to do it is the Artisan's Medal, which will allow us to guarantee higher rank crafts on certain items. But the leatherworking, we still have a big amount of, like, we still need a lot more knowledge points, right? We're at 680 out of 750 knowledge, so we still ideally need like another 70 knowledge points. So we will be doing all the quests for leatherworking. For tailoring, it's really up to us, because of the fact that we're fully maxed out on tailoring. Like, we can't spend more knowledge points even if we wanted to. In fact, let's go actually buy some more Artisan's Metal with the excess knowledge points. And if you weren't aware, basically if you have maxed out all of your knowledge points, you can come over to this vendor right here called the Apprentice Crafter, and you can basically trade in knowledge points for Artisan's Metal. It's not a great return rate, right? It's every 10 knowledge points you get 25 Artisan's Metal, but hey, at least the Artisan's Metal is something you can do something with. You can't do anything with knowledge points once you have them maxed out. All right, I think we're gonna take a quick little break and then be right back and do all of the tailoring and leatherwork and gold making. And in the background, I'm also gonna start posting on these other realms. I think we should probably do the cloaks first because that's gonna be the main thing that we're selling cross realm. Although we could, all right, let's look at tailoring in more depth once we're back. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we will be right back and take a look at everything else that we want to do and see if we can make a more serious dent into that gold making target that we have for this stream. Yeah. All right. And already our auctions have started selling. We've already sold 5,681 gold worth of items. Although I suppose I would be double counting them because some of these are the items that we already counted when we were crafting them. Okay, so I guess we can't count like sold auctions because that's then kind of cheating and double counting things. Which I feel like my current title is clickbaity enough as it is. All right, let's take a quick break and we will be right back. Okay, and we're back. So, what were we doing? Let's start logging on to other servers and start posting auctions there. We were going to figure out what, well, we needed to complete our tailoring and leatherworking quests. We need to grab our free artisan's medal. Make sure you're doing this on every single character. Even if you don't have a profession, just grab the artisan's medal. Trust me, it'll be of some use to you at some point in the future. And you get basically 150 per week if you're exalted at an account level with the Artisans Consortium. And Artisan's Medal you can directly convert Artisan's Medal into gold using the methods that we're looking at right now. All right, let's quickly do the scan. Let's make sure that our scan options are set up correctly first. And we'll do the concentration crafts first so that we start regenning our concentration, and then we will do the just raw profit items like the cloaks. I know I said we'd do the cloaks first, but I feel like the PvP gear is going to take more time. So let's quickly first figure out what we can craft in bulk with our concentration so that we also regen some of that concentration while we're doing all this. All right, now the blue silken linings. Have I not? Again, I hate that Trade Skill Master is not correctly showing me my sales. Presumably we could figure out those sales on by using the ledger, but I don't know if that's necessarily the best use of our time right now. Let's instead just get crafting, because I know I have been selling these. I know I have crafted a bunch of these, and I know I have sold a bunch of them. It's just not showing up in the data for whatever reason. Like, it's showing up in my overall gold count, but it's not showing up like in the tooltip for whatever reason. Yeah, strange. All right, now blue silken lining looks like it is the most profitable thing for us to craft using our concentration. And we're only using 16 concentration each, so we can. I'm wondering if we should just dump all of them into this, because the sale rate, if we look at the region average daily sold, is 59.9, so about 60 basically. And so we could conceivably actually sell out all of these, right? I don't think we'd struggle too much to sell all of them. So I think we are just going to dump all of our concentration into the blue silken linings. The second best is almost half of the concentration value. And so this calculation here is basically how much profit do you get per point of concentration that you use up. Since concentration is a limited resource, like we said earlier, we want to ideally maximize the gold per concentration that we're making, right? And I just realized actually we have a bunch more people joining us on Twitch. So first of all, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. This is the Adrel Show. We basically cover everything World of Warcraft, primarily focused on gold making, but we also do some mount collecting, and as a confirmed altaholic, I guess is probably the best way to put it. I do love playing on a whole bunch of different characters, and so we do also do a lot of things like alt leveling and stuff like that. Today's stream, the premise is that basically my goal for the War Within, which is the new expansion that's coming out a week and a half from now, is my goal was to have 30 million liquid gold. Prior to that, I actually overshot that goal. We got to like 30.5 million gold last week. We actually did it on last week's stream. I think it was last week's Wednesday stream that we hit 30.5 million gold. But then I spent $1.5 million gold on a bunch of transmog and mounts and things, and a mount rather. And so now I'm trying to see if we can make $1 million gold back on this stream. And so we went through jewel crafting and enchanting. We made about 156,000 gold. Like, we put together about 160,000 gold worth of items there. We're now, which leaves us with about 840,000 worth of gold that we still need to find from somewhere. And we're going to mainly do that. The profession I expect to make the most gold with is going to be tailoring. And so now we're on my tailor leatherworker, and we're just going to quickly try and figure out everything that we need to do to maximize the amount of gold that we're making here. Now, the downside of the blue silken lining is it is a little bit expensive to craft, so we are probably going to invest a decent bit here. My interface is not working. We may have to do an interface reload. Okay, there we go. Looks like reopening tailoring fixed the issue. Because we want this material optimization tab. And basically what we're going to do is we use the recipe scan part of CraftSim to figure out which recipe had the best concentration value per, like the most gold per concentration. which is this blue silken lining, right? Which is an optional reagent that people use when they're crafting gear to give it different benefits. So this one in specific basically will give you a bonus mastery whenever you're above 90% health. I assume it's probably on one of the best in slot lists for a couple classes, which is why the sale rate is that high. And basically, as you may be aware, Dragonflight added item quality to World of Warcraft. So each of these items can be crafted at different quality levels, and ideally we want to craft them at the highest quality possible, because that basically means when you use a higher quality item, you get better results. So you get more of the stat that you're looking for. Now, once we have figured out which item we want to craft, we're then going to use some of the other tools that CraftSim gives us. First of all, simulation mode will allow us to see what the impact of using different quality reagents will give us, right? And then within simulation mode, we're going to use concentration. We're going to optimize the materials that we use, and we're going to make sure that we're using the right crafting gear, which will impact the quality that we're producing things at. Now, while the blue silken lining does give us the highest profit per craft, right, per concentration, the problem is that it's only 11% margin, which means that we're going to be investing a lot of gold into this, which may or may not pay off, right? We're at the end of the expansion. I don't know how many people are crafting gear. There's a bunch of sources of super easy gear, primarily the Radiant Echoes, like War Within pre-launch event that's giving out really high item level gear, 480 all the way up to 502. So I don't know if I can rely on this on the sales numbers that we're looking at here. So 11% is a little bit nerve-wracking for me, because prices for this item could fall further. It's not like a timeless item that like people are always going to have demand for, right? It'll be in demand until, like, unless we sell these all at this price within the next week and a half, we're going to be left with a bunch of leftover. We're going to have a bunch of leftover inventory that we can't really do anything with. And also because of the fact that we only use up what was it, like 16 concentration, that means we're going to have to sell a lot more of these items in order to maximize our profit. And I'm skeptical that we'll be able to do that. Instead, if we look at the temporal spell thread, right, it isn't the best return, right? It's only about 7 gold per concentration. But on the flip side, the advantage is that we can only craft a lot fewer of them, so we have to sell a lot fewer of them. And this item will be more, first of all, there will be more demand for this because of the fact that this item, instead, you apply to an existing piece of armor. You don't use it to craft a piece of gear. And so everyone who's getting gear from the event as well will still need one of these, right? That aside, come the War Within, there will be new versions of these spell threads, but they will be very, very expensive. As a result, there will still be some demand for these items, right? Because people are going to hit the auction house and they're going to be like, well, I need to put a spell thread on my pants. Do I buy the latest version, which is like 20, 30,000 gold, whatever the prices are in the first couple of weeks? Or do I just spend like 1,000 gold and buy, the Dragonflight version? It's not as powerful, but I'm also not investing as much. And especially prior to like raids and everything dropping, they may not want to invest 20,000 gold into a piece that they know they're going to replace within like a month when the War Within's first season begins, right? So this is a lot less risky of an item to craft, and also we have to sell a lot fewer of them in order to actually turn a profit on them. The other nice thing is that we can use up illustrious insights on these. Now I don't know how many illustrious insights this character has in all. Let's check our bags here. We have 20 of them, and then we can convert these. So we have 21 of them, and then I want to see how many more we can craft. We can craft another 10, and we'll get some more artisan's metal and therefore some more illustrious insights once we complete all of our quests as well. So I think that is going to, this may be where we dump the bulk of our illustrious insight and our concentration. Oh no. So it's telling us that a better use, we're better off just spending a little bit more on mats than and then using illustrious insights, as opposed to using lower quality mats and using up some concentration, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, so this is kind of strange, because craft sim is amazing. Don't get me wrong. Far be it from me to say anything bad about craft sim, but it doesn't always have the best. Like, it still isn't going to do everything for you, right? You do still sometimes need to use a little bit of common sense. So in this case, for instance, instead of doing what craft sim is telling us and using up 128 concentration per craft, I would rather spend an extra 5 gold and only use up 33 concentration per craft, and that way I can craft a lot more of these. So now we know that with 1,000 of these, if we divide by 33, we can craft 30 of these temporal spell threads, and we don't even need to use up any of the illustrious insights. So that's what we're going to do. And now we'll use the craft sim craft queue, which is also accessible from the top panel here. And basically we'll set it up the way we want, right? What quality mats do we want? Do we want to use concentration? All of that other fun stuff. And then, oh, we got a spammer in chat. Sorry, gang, 1 second. Let me just make sure we get that guy banned. All right. Spammer is banned. All right, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna set everything up here the way we want it, and then we're gonna hit add open recipe, and then we'll type in here 30, because that's how many, right? That'll use up 990 of our concentration. We can actually do a little bit more, because we will get refunded some of our concentration because of this fun little stat called ingenuity. But for now, I'm just gonna queue it up like this. Oh no, never mind. I thought we didn't have the correct equipment equipped when we did those calculations. But okay, that'll give us another 20,000 gold just from spell threads, which is great, right? Helps us make a dent towards our goal. Is there anything else here of interest to us? I think temporal spell thread is probably still the best use of our concentration. And if we want to double check that, what we can do is we can uncheck this and we can see how much profit we're getting per concentration. It's actually 31 gold, which is better than more or less any of these other items. It's just craft sim isn't designed to optimize for something like this that seems kind of suboptimal. Why is it telling us to change our equipment gear again? Because we ideally want to proc multicraft on this, right? Yeah, we can multicraft on these. So we want to use a multicraft tool. I'm not sure why craft sim is telling us. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but basically we're getting 31 gold per concentration, which is great, right? That basically means this 1,000 concentration we have, we're converting to 31,000 gold profit. Is that right? I think that's right. Right, because we're using up 990 concentration, and so 990 times 31 would be, yeah, close to 30,000 gold. It doesn't tell us that here. This isn't telling us that we're making 30,000 gold, so maybe my maths is a little off there, but it is what it is. Anyways, let's move on to our next items. So we know where we're spending our concentration for tailoring. Let's quickly do the same thing for leatherworking as well, and then we'll come back and look at well, we need to first figure out where we want to use up our illustrious insights, and then we also need to figure out what we want to craft that doesn't rely on concentration, right? Things that we can just guarantee profits on without using up any of our limited reagents. Oh, thank you for the follow. And if you are watching live, please do drop a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, drop a subscribe. Hit the like button. Do all the things. Give me some engagement, please. Pretty please. Okay, so for leatherworking, interestingly enough, it looks like stone crust hides are probably going to be the best use of our concentration. But again, it could be a case where there's some other things to consider for us here. Now, stonecrest hides are used to craft a bunch of different items and things like that. So the demand for this may still be there. Again, I'm not 100% certain that... Oh, never mind. Our crafting cost is so low then honestly this may just be what we end up doing. Because if we use up concentration, we only need 12 concentration, and it's entirely possible for us to sell 340, like as many of these as we can craft. We can probably sell them within 24 hours. If not today, they'll definitely sell tomorrow after the reset. Tuesdays are just a great day for gold making because the servers reset, and so basically everyone can hit their raids again. They can hit, you know, their dungeons. They're getting new equipment from the vault. They're hitting the world bosses. Tuesdays are just a great day for sales of everything. The question is whether Stonecrest hide. Let's see what our profit per point of concentration is again. It's about 22 gold, right? Which is great. 274 gold per craft, and if we take a look here, that's 770%, which is amazing, right? That is an amazing profit margin. Let's take a look at Mirellush hide. I think these are also about the same. These cost roughly the same to craft, which is kind of crazy to me. But we may do, you know, we may dump half of our concentration into Stonecrest and half of it into Mirellush hide, just because of the fact that way we have 2 items that we're selling instead of just the one. Fierce armor kits. So this is again a slightly better item because the fact that no matter what you're crafting, you're gonna need one of these, right? You're gonna need an armor kit, and there's 3 of them. There's the fierce, the lambent, and the reinforced. There is also the frosted. The only thing is that we need to grind out reputation for that, which I cannot be bothered to do right now. I probably will do it at some point, although honestly with the amount of things that I need to get done before the War Within launches, I probably won't bother. And yeah, I was trying to see if there was any like better quality armor kits, and it doesn't look like there are, other than the Shadow Flame. The Shadow Flame Tempered Armor Patch is still a crafting reagent. You use this to craft better quality gear, but it's not. I mean, it's pretty far down on the low here of items that we want to use our concentration on, so we're probably not going to bother. The reason I like the armor kits is the exact same as the spell threads that we looked at earlier, right? These are leg armor enchants that you can use to basically make your leg armor piece more powerful, and it follows all the exact same rules, right? They're a lot better because of the fact that the demand for these will remain into the War Within, as well as the fact that what was I saying? Oh, as well as the fact that all this gear that's now dropping for players through the event, you know, they're all getting new leg pieces, and so they will need armor kits, right? And so they will be buying these, and so I would expect the sale rate on these. It says that the sale rate is 129 per day. I would expect it to be even higher these days because of the fact that everyone's getting armor pieces for dang near free. And so if all you need to do is spend 1,400 gold to make it even more powerful, most players are going to do that. Now, the problem is that our profit per concentration is a lot lower, and so therefore it may not be the best use of our concentration, in all honesty. And also we're using up a lot more concentration. I wonder if we use rank 3 mats and only use up 12 concentration, our profit margin goes down to 101%, which is fine, but we can craft a lot more of these at 683 versus double the profit, but for like, I don't know, what's 85 divided by 15? Basically a lot more. We can do a lot more of these crafts using the same amount of concentration than we could the other way around. The Stonecrest hides how many ooh, yeah. So these ones, I mean, the profit percentage is higher, but the gold, like per 12 concentration, we're only making 22 gold per concentration. Let's come over to Fierce and Lambent armor kits and see what the numbers look like there. Yeah, so this is a no-brainer, right? With this armor kit, we're getting 105 gold per concentration. And so the total profit we'll make is going to be way, way higher from crafting these than from anything else. And we will want to use a multi-craft tool because armor kits are going to sell very well for us because of the fact that everyone needs them. At least this is what I'm like confident enough to recommend this to y'all, right? I wouldn't recommend anything. Like I would, if I wasn't this confident, I wouldn't say it. I would just do it and see if I made gold off of it. But the Fierce Armor Kit is actually 847 gold per craft is amazing, right? It's admittedly it is 125% margin, so it's on a percentage basis, it's not as crazy. But yeah, I think this is what we're gonna do, and that uses up 12 concentration. Let's see. I think we can probably do like 48 of these. 45. 42, 41, right? We can do 41 of them, which will give us 34,000 gold. The reason that I don't want to use up all my concentration on that is because I also want to craft the Lambent armor kits. Although maybe not, because the Zarlek, well, something here is costing us a lot more. And so I expect that the margin on these will be a lot lower. Though this may be where we want to use up our illustrious insights. Or not, actually. The Lambent armor kits, for whatever reason, are not as profitable. I wonder if they're just selling for cheaper. No, they're selling for the same price. I think the mats are just a lot more expensive, and so therefore the Fierce armor kits are a better return on investment for us. So we probably just do those, right? Can we move 80? Can we move 80 of the armor kits at this pricing though? Is where I'm more skeptical. 40, I think, is already going to be a bit of a stretch. Just because, right? I'm not going to be actively like reposting these and cancel scanning and doing all that nonsense. So it will take a lot longer to sell those out. Whereas with the Stonecrest hide, I can be fairly certain that they're going to sell even without me doing a dang thing. So we may just do the rest of we may just dump the rest of our gold into the rest of our concentration rather into Stonecrest hides and Mirelush hides. Just because it'll be easier to sell all of those. And then we try and sell 40 armor kits is already going to be a tough sell, but I think we can do it. Also because the fact that prices are inflated right now, they're at 1,400. I expect to see this drop closer to the 900 gold level. And so maybe we just do 25 of these and then use up the rest of our concentration on hides instead, right? Is there anything else of interest? Toxified armor patch. Again, these are crafting reagents, and so I'm skeptical that we'll be able to, like, there'll be as much demand for them. Whereas the hides, I have less of a concern there. So if we're using up concentration and we use rank 2 mats, we can craft a bunch of these, right? We add the open recipe, and we're gonna try and hit like about the same 300, a little bit more actually. 27, I think should. No. 30. Okay, let's do that for Stonecrest hide, and then we'll go to Mirelush hide, and we'll do the exact same thing, and we're gonna optimize the crafting cost, which means we need rank 3 dense hides, which is fine. We'll add this open recipe, and can we do 30 of these too? Are we gonna run out of concentration? 300, 360, 360. Yeah, that gets us to 1,020, which for some reason, CraftSim isn't telling us we're gonna run out of concentration with. Maybe it's just looking at it at like the item level, and so it's not realizing that we don't have enough concentration for that. So let's do 29 of each of these. Is that enough to bring us down below? Because we only have 957, by the way. We haven't fully regened on these either. All right, let's just target 28. Oh, you know what though? We will get back a bunch of our concentration from ingenuity as well, right? 17% of the time, and then we'll have another item that gives us another 2%. Yeah, another 2% of our concentration back anyway. So not really a huge deal here. All right, so not on cooldown. Recipe learn. We don't have the materials. Profession open. So, annoyingly, this is only showing us 56,000 gold, which is not great. Now, what we need to do next is then look at the just rough profit without using any of our illustrious insights or any of our concentration. What's the best use of our like what can we make the most profit on? Now, Skinner's Cap. This is just because the market value is jacked up. Like the recent value is jacked up to 9,345. No one's paying you. Well, rather on Illidan, you're not making 9,000 gold for selling this item. On other realms, definitely possible. I have sold green profession gear on other realms for ridiculous amounts of gold right now because, like I said, everyone's trying to level up the professions before the war within. And in general, there will be demand for this, including into the war within, just because of how much cheaper this is going to be than the new stuff. What do y'all think? Should we craft some of these? I feel like it's just a lot of inventory management though, and they are still gonna sell slower than the like crafted PvP gear. So may not bother. May not bother. Sorry, my iPad's about to die on me here. I'll make sure I can still see the chat. All right, let's plug that. Let's plug this sucker in. And I think we're mainly going to focus on the Draconium, like the crafted PvP gear. I'm not even going to bother with toys, to be honest. They do sell, but they're very slow to sell on other servers. The Pioneer's leather tunic, I mean, these items as well, I'm skeptical. Like, they usually sell very well, right? But given how easy it is right now to just pick up... Oh, sorry. I accidentally kicked my power strip, and so I was worried that my speakers went off. I mean, this blue crafted gear will sell at all times outside of the current situation. And even now it would still sell because you still need to farm up a bunch of currency in order to buy gear, right? For a lot of people who have alt armies, and especially with remix and with how fast you can level up in the event and all that fun stuff. There's a lot of people who are trying to gear up alts. I say that as someone who's trying to gear up a whole bunch of my alts. That said, I think most people would instead want to gear them up at level 70, not at level 61, and so I don't know how well that sells. The weapon, again, I think these usually sell very well. I don't know if they'll sell that well right now just because of the fact that it's easy to grab them, right? Infurious Scales, I'm always skeptical about this. We will be using up a lot of Infurious Scales, and so I will be crafting a whole bunch of these. I just don't know if I'm going to be if I'm necessarily going to be crafting these to sell. Because while it tells me that they're profitable and fairly profitable, right? 247 gold per craft, 25% margin is not bad at all. Maybe we should craft some of these to sell. What do y'all think? If you're watching live, let me know in the chat. Do you think we should craft these to sell for profit, or should we just craft them for ourselves to make things with and instead sell the finished items? Durable pack, alchemist hat. Again, all this profession equipment. If they're profitable on your, definitely check on your realm and check on the realms that you're trying to sell on, because these do sell pretty well. It's just I can't be bothered to manage auctions for that many items, which is me being lazy. So as usual, do as I say, not as I do, because I do let laziness get the better of me sometimes, and also because I'm sitting at 29 million gold, so I'm not really strapped for gold. But if you are, if you are at a couple million gold, I would say definitely, you do it. Gather yourself as large of a war chest as you possibly can. Okay, so now for the Draconic PvP gear, the main point here is that I think I'm just going to go through the individual items and look at them this way. Now, I don't know why it's telling us that it's so wildly unprofitable, because it presumably wouldn't be, right? Like, people can get their scales for cheaper. You know what? It hasn't been working the past couple of weeks, but I know that the creator of Craft Sim, which is, I should know his name. It's an Austrian fellow. I think. Does he have it in the options? Maybe it's in here. Because I do want to give him a shout out. He is super, super responsive. And like is amazing on on Discord. You can tell him an issue more or less any time in the day, and he will have either a solution for you or like a fix posted in like literally no time whatsoever. I cannot say enough good things about the creator here. He doesn't have his name mentioned anywhere. Which seems strange. Oh, I like that he has a little. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Yeah, I'm really sorry. What we were going to do is we were going to come into scan options. We were going to optimize sub recipes and see if that works. I don't think it will. I think it will probably freeze at individual recipes here the way it is, which is not great. Let's just do a regular scan, because what we're going to need to do is I want to see how much our margins are if we craft our own scales, because I'm guessing that's why it's showing us these items as being super unprofitable, because it's assuming that we're going to buy the scales, and we know that 25% of our margin is coming from Inferior's scales itself. Might be handy if I could spell Inferious. Or why am I bothering to do that? I have them in my favorites here. The Inferious hide's less profitable, but still some profit to be made. Now, cost optimization. I guess we can look at it this way, or I guess we can do that on the on the individual items. Although I don't know how well that's gonna necessarily work. But let's look. We're figuring it out together on stream. Sub recipe optimization. Is this gonna work? No, that didn't work. Inferior scales. We know we can craft these ourselves. Can I? Sub recipe optimization is not working for whatever reason. Because my crafting cost is just not 2409, right? My crafting cost is lower because I'm crafting my own scales. The problem is I don't think I can tell CraftSim that. Or like CraftSim isn't seeing it that way. Oh, sorry, gang. 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick break because I actually unplugged my speakers like I thought I did. And also, we'll just take a quick little break and be right back. See you guys in a sec. All right, and we are back. And our speakers are back online as well. So we're doing good there. All right, so I still haven't figured out how to get Craft Sim to consider the actual crafting cost for these sub recipes. Now, the way to do it would be to do a price override. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. I don't know what we just did, but our entire interface disappeared, which is not a good sign. Let's open up another profession. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, okay. That seemed to have fixed it for a second, and then it disappeared again. I'm wondering if we should do the concentration crafts and then come back and do the rest of these. Oh God, it's doing this. Oh, you know why? It's because we have we still have the we have the sub recipe optimization thing checked, which causes all sorts of issues. Required reagents. So ideally, we would be able to figure out what our crafting cost is for. To figure out what our crafting cost is for these inferior scales and inferior hides, and then plug that in instead. Which I guess Craft Sim will give us our crafting cost if we try to queue up the item, right? So I guess we can do it that way. Yeah, I suppose that is the best way for us to go about it, right? Let's equip our multi-craft tool. And then what we will do is we will hit simulation mode. We'll assign the best quality items for the task. We won't use up concentration. And then if we add the open recipe, it'll give us our crafting cost here, which is 974 for 2. So 974 divided by 2 is 487, and those will craft it at quality 2. Is that correct? I think this is... What happens if we use quality 2, Mats? Our profits are basically the same. Is there a difference in the cost of these mats though? God, okay. This is more optimization than I would usually like to do. Oh, we can save half of our cost by using rank 2 dense hides. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're going to use rank 2 dense hides. And if we add it here, add open recipe, 974 divided by 2 is 487. So the inferior hide cost for required reagent, where is it? Result item inferior hide level 2. Our actual cost is 487G. We'll hit save. And then we have to do the same thing for inferior scales. And we'll just do the exact same thing, where we'll test out if we use quality 2 reagents, right? We don't use up concentration. We can just craft as many of these as we want. And we add the open recipe here. Our crafting cost is 986. So about 493, but actually slightly lower, because I don't know if this is, I don't think this discounts back the amount that we're saving on resourcefulness, and like, I don't know if that includes multi-craft, because presumably we would need to cut that back a little bit further, because this is still telling us that we have another 32 gold of hidden profit, which sounds about, which ideally we don't want to, ideally if we had calculated this amount correctly, this would show 0, right? I wonder if we can just add or subtract 31 gold from this item to get the amount. So if we do like 462 gold, then does it show a 0 profit? No, it's still showing us a profit. So I think let's just keep it where we had it at 493. And then if we have bonus profit, we have bonus profit, right? Hardly an issue. Hardly, I mean, that's a choice problem to have, right? Is that we're making too much gold. Oh, and sorry, when we came back from break, I forgot to say, if you're just joining the stream, welcome to the Darrell Show. We cover everything World of Warcraft, primarily gold making and mount collecting and alt management, because alt management has now become a major part of gold making and mount collecting. Although I suppose it always kind of was, but in the war with it even more so, right? And Dragonflight was even more so, and the War Within's even more so. And right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how to make as much gold as humanly possible from tailoring and leatherworking. We already did jewel crafting and enchanting earlier on the stream. And I don't know how many other professions we're going to have time to get to today, to be honest. My goal was to try and hit 1 million gold. Until now, we've done about 200,000 gold, right? We've got 160,000 from our jewel crafter and enchanter. And we have another 56,000 gold queued up here. But in a second, when we look at our crafted PvP gear, if the fixes that we just did do give us more accurate estimates, then we can really blow that number up. But annoyingly, that still hasn't worked. That still hasn't worked super well. We did the overrides. I'm not sure where the disconnect is happening. Because it's still showing us negative profits on some of these. Let's just manually calculate this, right? 65 gold. Well, yeah, we would be using these rank 2 mats and so forth. So our crafting cost is like 2,300 gold. And then we have resourcefulness, which will give us back about 24% of that. So what is that? 2363 times 0.75, let's say. And then ingenuity doesn't make a difference for us here. Is there any other benefit? No, we can't multi-craft proc on them. So our actual cost, crafting cost is like 1,700 gold, and they're selling for 2,500 gold, which means we would make about 750 gold per craft, if my math is correct. But for some reason, Craft Sim isn't seeing it that way. Because I think we didn't actually get the crafting cost, like our reagent cost right. Sub-recipe options. Include cooldown recipes, reagent crafter. Oh, I wish I could just like manually click and select these. Sub-recipe optimization is not working for us here, which is not great. But ideally, I mean, basically I need to do this for most of the crafted PvP gear, right? I should probably have figured this out off stream, if we're being honest. Feel free to give me hell about that in the chat or the comments. Inferior scales. How do we figure out what our crafting cost is for inferior scales, accounting for the different reagents, right? We kind of got an estimate, right? We kind of got the estimate from Craftsym. Craftsym kind of gave us an estimate on this. We don't need to optimize it because of the fact that we only want to craft rank 2 versions of this. We don't care for rank 3 versions of it. We're not trying to sell, and we don't need the rank 3 that doesn't give us better quality output. I do kind of wish Craftsym had would give me like a crafting cost is 974. I wonder if we take 25% off of this. I guess that would be the right thing to do, right? 974 times 0.75, even though that's not really how resourcefulness works. Right? Resourcefulness doesn't really work that way because it's not like you can just say, I mean, you have a 20% chance to use fewer tradable reagents, but that I don't think that translates directly into you get 25% of your cost back. Although at a rough level, it kind of would, right? Ideally, it would. And multi-craft as well, I don't think it's as linear because of the fact that you have a 12% chance to proc multi-craft. But when multi-craft does proc, it can give you anywhere from 1 to 5, I think it is, bonus items. So I don't know if that averages out and it's still, like if I craft 10 of these, can I expect 11 of the items to be crafted? Or rather, let's say 100 of them, can I expect 12 of them to be multi-crafted? I've read through the explanations here with the math thing a bunch of times. So really, the point is that I need the Craftsym cost optimization to work, and it doesn't right now. Crafting costs will only be used if lower than AH. Because I'm not sure if my crafting cost is 730 gold. Because then the economics of all these crafted pieces will sort of look more accurate. I need a mathematician. Is the point here. If we have any mathematicians watching live, please let me know in chat. 365 gold. Now, if we estimate it at 365 gold, the problem I have is that it is then telling me that I'm losing gold by doing this, which also doesn't seem right. Because ideally, this profit per craft should be 0 if we've gotten the right number. I wonder if we can just keep like easing it towards the right number, like, and what I mean by that is just literally manually doing this and hitting. No, not dense height. Jesus, no. Okay, we did that wrong. We need the result at the inferior hides. Why do we have rank 3 inferior hides priced at... No, not dense height. I keep clicking on the wrong things. Jeez. Okay, rank 2 inferior hides. If we estimate that these are worth 425 G, does that give us a 0 profit margin here? No, that's still negative. Because basically what we're trying to do is get trade skill master, or craft sim. I don't know why I keep saying trade skill master. I've just been using it for too dang long. Welcome to the stream, anyone who just joined us, by the way. Okay, so 470 gold. It's 0% margin, which is kind of where we want it to be at, right? We could optimize it further and like guesstimate this at like 471 or whatever it is to like make the numbers more accurate. But let's see with this inferior hide. Do these use hides? I think these items should use hides. No, these use scales, so we need the resilient pieces. And it still thinks we're losing gold on these, which is not great, because of the fact that I know for a fact that we can sell these at a profit on other realms. I just can't get my add-on to tell me that, or to estimate what the actual crafting cost is, because for whatever reason it's taking a craft cost result here that's incorrect. Oh, it's, you know why? Because it's giving us that as a result. What we need to do is change it here to 471G. And there we go. This should be more accurate now. Okay, so I figured out how to do that. It only took us a bunch of boring stream, a bunch of time, where hopefully I didn't bore anyone too much on stream. It's janky because we're basically manually calculating. We're manually doing what the cost optimization tool would do if it was working. Which I'm not super happy about, but hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. All right, 471 gold is still too high for this item, so we need to estimate it at closer to 450 gold, which is also too low. 260 gold. Let's see if that's something is not working here. Let's try literally the exact same amount. 471 gold. No, it needs to be slightly higher. 481 gold. This is not a great time. 475 gold. We're just trying to get that number to as close to 0 gold as possible, so that we have a rough estimate of what our actual. Okay, there we go. That's good enough for now. All right, inferior scales rank 2. We're able to craft them at 477 gold. Right, we're working backwards here. This is, I suppose, a little bit more advanced than I would usually like to get into on stream, but hey, maybe it's of use to someone. Like my competitors who are now going to figure this out and optimize it more than I have and then make a bunch of gold, which is fine. If any of my competitors are watching, I would much rather you make gold and watch my stream. Okay, so now we have actual accurate estimates of how much gold we can make from each of these pieces. We should craft these in bulk. The problem is I don't have the Warbank tabs. Like, I don't have enough Warbank tabs to be able to craft these in bulk and like actually inventory manage them well enough. Sorry, I went for a piece of fruit then, right then, which I probably shouldn't have done. All right. I think these ones that we can sell profitably on our realm, we're going to craft a handful of, right? Oh, no, we already did that wrong because keen-eyed viewers will notice that we didn't optimize our profession tools, which we always want to do, right? So now we've optimized our profession tools. It's telling us we'll make 379 gold. I have a feeling that our actual gold, like our actual profit's going to be slightly higher than this. But I can't be bothered to spend any more time optimizing tools. The problem is the margins on these just look like dog water, right? And I'm skeptical as to whether we want to invest, like tie up this much of our gold into items that we may not be able to sell. It may be a safer bet to just do like 5 of each of these. But then that's also not going to add up to anything significant, right? Like crafting 5 of these will make 2,000 gold profit. According to Craftsim, to be fair, I think our actual profits are going to be higher. Especially if we sell it on other realms, right? Because on our realm, they're selling for 2,000 gold. On other realms, they're like the region market average value is 6,000 gold, right? And people will pay that. I have sold pieces for that much. I think the move is to craft on Illidan, or craft wherever the heck you want, to be honest, and then just sell it on higher pop servers. The problem I have is actually getting all of that inventory to all these servers. But maybe I just craft like 10 of each, and then like send one over to each server, and we sell them that way and just make a boatload of gold that way. And in a worst case solution, if they don't sell on any of those realms, we can just sell them. We can just send them back to Illidan. Right. That's how we think about having a gold army, like an army of gold maker, right? Like that's how you make big gold, is by just doing the same thing but in bulk. Yeah. Sorry, gang. I know this is probably not the most interesting thing this is probably not the most interesting stream that we've done, because it's a lot like in the air. But hopefully there's some of you out there that are like hardcore gold makers who find this kind of thing interesting. All right, you know what? I'm gonna figure out what I'm doing with leatherworking later on. But suffice it to say that that's how you're gonna make big gold, right? After you figured out what you want to spend your concentration on and what crafts are the best for your region, for your auction house, for your server. Right, you then want to basically, I think I also gave you guys some tips on how exactly to think about crafting the crafted PvP gear. I think I'll figure out my strategy there off stream and report back to y'all on Wednesday stream or potentially on Friday stream, depending on how quickly we sell this all out. Are there any other items that we care about potentially crafting in leatherworking? Not really. Coming over to tailoring, because actually tailoring is where the big gold really is. Like leatherworking has good gold, but nowhere near as much as tailoring, and that's simply due to two or three things that tailoring can do. First and foremost is the cloth cooldowns. The fact that Agile Weave bolts, we can make 300 gold per craft, and we have 30 of those crafts available to us, is already OP, right? Essentially, to get this, we just need to stick tailoring on any of our alts, and if you have the time, you can fly around and pick up the different treasures and unlock, the Azure Weave Cooldowns, although the first craft bonuses alone will probably get you enough skill, enough knowledge points to be able to unlock this. Heck, you could just hit the vendor and pick up knowledge points since factions are since reputations are region-wide anyway, right? So tailoring is great for that. This in and of itself will give us a decent bit of gold. Let's see, we've not optimized that with multi-craft tool. We will have to fly over to the place and do the thing. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, basically to do this cooldown, you need an Azure Loom, which is located down here in the south of the Azure span. Basically, we'll come over here to the Azure archives, and there's the Azure Loom is located here at roughly 3162. And that's where you're gonna craft them, right? But we'll add the open recipe here, and we'll queue up 30 of them just so we buy the mats, and that should give us another 14,000 gold in profit. Jesus, that is a lot of gold in profit. I think that's because of the fact that the pricing for the rank 2 Azure Weave bolts is all jacked up, and ideally we would have to sell, like we would have to price closer to the rank 3s for it to sell, right? No one's going to pay more gold for a rank 2 item than they are for a rank 3 item, so we would need to undercut the market on this one. But we also may actually not even bother selling these Azure Weave bolts, because the other items that we want to craft in bulk for tailoring are our Azure Weave expedition packs. And as you can see, even without optimizing anything, right, our profit margins are huge on this. I'm not sure why Craft Sim is underestimating how much gold we can make off of these. I am assuming it has to do with the fact that... Actually, no, I have no idea why. I think it's because... Yeah, no, never mind, I figured it out. Because Trade Skill Master isn't realizing that the Azure Weave bolts are on a cooldown, and so it thinks we can just craft as many Azure Weave bolts as we want, which we can't, which is why it thinks our crafting cost is only 422, but actually that's not how it works. We need to buy a bunch of the Azure Weave bolts because of the fact that we can only craft so many. But the point is, we will still need to craft a whole bunch of these in bulk. For whatever reason, Trade Skill Master has decided that they don't want to tell us how many we have. I know that we have a bunch spread out across all of our servers, and we need to craft a bunch more of them in any case, simply because of the fact that what do you call it? We'll need them for all of our alts. And let's see here. Okay, so on this account, it is showing up for us correctly in the inventory. We only have 10 of them crafted, which means we've sold 149 of them, but we've sold a bunch of them in the past couple days as well. And it's telling us our average sales price is $13.99. That sounds a little low. That definitely sounds a little bit lower than I would expect it to be. But this is going to be another recipe that we're just going to craft like 100 of them, right? I don't know how we're going to manage the inventory on them, because it will take us a while to sell 100 of them, but I am just going to craft 100 of them, right? And that'll give us another 40,000 gold in profits, which we need for the stream, because this is going long. This is going longer than I thought it would, folks. Not gonna lie to you. But also because the fact that we probably, honestly, I could probably use up 100 of these bags just by myself, right? I plan on having about 40 alts at level 70 that we take into the War Within, assuming each of those characters needs at least 4 of these for their bags, let alone what they need for their banks, but they're not gonna be sticking these in their banks, trust me. Yeah, I myself would need more than 25 of these, and to craft them, it's gonna cost me 162,000 gold. Oh, geez, do we want to invest that? Do we want to go that hard? Especially since the region market average value is about 2,100 gold anyway. Part of the reason for that is because Penguin did a great video explaining exactly how to do just this, which means that there's a lot more competition on a lot more realms specifically for Azure Weave Expedition packs. But we may just do this anyway, because these are going to keep selling. If anything, the demand for these will go up more. Well, I see 2 major inflection points. One major inflection point is going to be when, well, I mean, right now we're already past one of the inflection points, which is the pre-patch. because a lot of people are coming back. A lot of people are leveling alts through the pre-patch event and stuff like that. So there's a lot of gold, like there's a lot of people, there's a lot more demand for these than there would have been in the past couple months anyway. But the other major inflection points I expect to see are, first of all, when remix characters get converted to regular characters, because that's going to put like millions of alts into the regular game. And so people who didn't follow the little YouTube short that I posted on my channel and on all my other socials explaining how you can get, you know, as many of these 34 slot bags as you want on a remix character, will be buying up these bags both for themselves, less so for themselves because the fact that remix characters come with 34 slot bags. But if we don't get to keep those bags, then they'll need to buy them for those. They'll need to buy these bags for them. And also, they will need to buy them for their bank slots, right? Which again, if we don't get to keep the bags, then yeah. I need to test that on a PTR, actually. I need to copy some of my characters up with the PTR. Maybe, like I was saying, maybe we'll do that on Wednesday stream. In any case, the point remains that there's going to be a whole bunch of demand for this. The Chronocloth reagent bags, there will be demand for as well, but less so. Just because of the fact that you only need one of these per character. And if you're not really crafting on a given character, then there's not a huge use for these reagent bags. I mean, they can make gathering a little bit easier, but basically, unless you have a profession on a character, you don't really need one of these. In any case, you only need a quarter as many because you only need one of these, whereas you need 4 of the other bags, right? So now I do want to see how many we have across all of our alts, though. Search everywhere. This is the other handy thing that that Bagonator allows you to do, is that you can do this search everywhere thing. And it looks like we have a total across all of our characters of 10. 4, 4, and 1, 1. Yeah, so with these we don't need to craft more of, we just need to move our inventory around, right? Like this, instead of having 4 on Emerald Dream, we'll split them out. I mean, these we ideally want to sell in bulk, but I just don't feel that they move as well as the Azure Weave Expedition packs. I don't think I'm going to bother crafting any more of these. Also, the individual gold per craft isn't as much, even though the region market average value, actually, arguably we could make more gold on these. Well, we will make more gold on these per craft. The only problem is that inventory management is kind of a nightmare for them, and they don't sell as well. So, we're not going to bother. Instead, we will do these Wildercloth cloaks, which have also been selling very, very well for me and at a lot higher margin. I actually probably shouldn't be saying this on stream just based off of how well they've been doing for me. But you know what? If you are watching the stream and if you've watched, at this point, 4 hours of my stream, you deserve something for Christ's sake. Okay. So I will give away this gold making secret completely for free. But I've been selling a whole bunch of these, right? This isn't accurate because this is showing us specifically for this variant of it. But I mean, just this variant alone, can we, it's not going to show on mouse over, is it? It's not. Okay, let's do it this way. Revenue, last 30 days, cloak. I doubt we made much gold from anything else. Oh. In any case, the reason that the cloaks are great for cross-farm selling is because of the fact that everybody needs one, right? Whatever armor type you play, you need a cloak, and the only one who can make cloaks is tailors. And so this is very much like, you can think of it much more like the jewelry or the trinkets, in that they sell a lot better than any of the other crafted PvP items because of the fact that everybody needs one of these. So even on our home realm, we're able to turn a tidy little profit on these, which is lovely. I don't even know if that's you, like crafting our own Wildercloth bolts, which in and of itself may be profitable, but we'll have to see about that. Let's see if we equip. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why it's telling us to change the gear. In any case, we won't craft our own bolts just because I think there's enough things that we have to craft, but we will craft, like, I don't know if we'll do 100 of these, but I think we'll do at least like 30 of them. How about that? We'll do 30 of these, and that's another 22,000 gold in profit. Oh God, we're gonna have to spend another $250,000 gold to craft all this stuff, and that's not including PvP gear. So we're probably going to dip even lower. But hey, you got to spend gold to make gold is sort of the golden rule, right? It's the same thing as money or any other investment. You got to invest gold to make gold, and that's just how that goes. Are there any other items that we wanted to craft here? Well, we're already doing the spell threads, right? We're doing the spell threads. We already queued that up a while ago, and we're going to craft that. Beyond that, as always, if you're lower on gold, craft this green profession gear. It does sell, right? People are buying it up. You can see that the region server, the region sales prices are a lot higher than on my server, which is why these profit look like dog water on my server. But if you look at, on average across the region, you can sell this for 500 gold, right? And your crafting cost is 790, like 7-8 gold, right? And even if you play on a low pop server, this is still your crafting cost. It's just your sales price that goes higher because of the fact that crafting materials, so all the things you're buying are region wide anyway, so they're very much cheaper. The actual crafted item is server specific, and so you can sell it for a lot more gold that way. Beyond that, definitely check Wildercloth bags. These also sell really well. They're a lot cheaper. You have to move a lot more volume, but you can make healthy margins on this as well, and these sell a lot quicker than the Azure Weave Expedition packs. Same thing goes for the Simply Stitched reagent bags, right? I think we actually need to craft one for our tailoring quest here, right? Simply Stitched reagent bag. All right, let's go ahead and craft one of them and turn in that quest. And then what do we need to do for leatherworking? Oh, we need to do another crossbow. Do we have the mats for that? Let's check, shall we? That's the other reason that these bone rot crossbows sell pretty well. A is because a lot of people like having hunter alts, which is just a thing. But also because you need them for the quests pretty often. It's a crossbow, level 70 crossbow at eye level 343. I would imagine the bulk of this demand is coming from people who are just too lazy to craft them themselves for their profession quest though. Oh, we're at the wrong crafting area. I was wondering why we couldn't turn in our tailoring crafting quest. All right, let's see if there's any public crafting orders, because A, that'll give us bonus gold, and then B, also we need to do crafting orders for our weekly quest, since the patron work orders, or the NPC craft orders, as I am going to continue to call them, are not live for Dragonflight. Those are a War Within only feature, it appears. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, basically in the War Within, this NPC crafting order tab will have a bunch of crafting orders for you from NPCs. Now, they're just as, if not more scammy than the ones that were available on public crafting orders during Dragonflight. Why is it saying we only have one of these? I thought... Oh, we don't have the mats. Jeez. Okay, for this we'll use profession shopping list because I can't be bothered to... We need a pristine Vorquin horn. And we have the ruined Rithbark on deck already. Ideally, I would take my banker alt over to Valdraken and send myself a crafting order for each of these items. Something that I was planning on crafting anyway, just to complete that to complete these two tailoring and leatherwork and crafting order quests, which is the best way to do them, by the way. Just either hop onto an alt or have a buddy of yours send you a crafting order and just get it done, right? You need the knowledge points, you need the artisan's metal. No, not bone right crossbow. What are we doing? Yeah, I think we are slowly getting to the stage that I need to probably start wrapping up the stream here. And we'll just continue doing all the same stuff like off stream or tomorrow, in all honesty. Oh, I like that transmog. I like the shiny white transmog. It seems a bit odd for a warlock. I feel like that's a very priest-like transmog. All right, let's go ahead and complete this and turn that quest in. And what else do we need to do for our weeklies? Oh, we haven't done any tree disease, right? We haven't used any tree disease. Something just happened. I don't know what though. Oh, we unlocked an appearance. Oh, I guess turning these in for a quest unlocked the appearance force. It is weird that we've been doing this for a while. Oh, I guess what we could have done was probably... It makes sense that Blizzard just does that automatically for you. Because I guess what we could have done is we could have right-clicked it, learned the item, and then turned it in for the quest. So I'm glad that the Quality of Life Blizzard has made that all automated. So I had never even thought to do that. I've probably completed that quest like at least a couple dozen times, right? All right, what else do we need to do? We don't have any tree disease. And I don't know if we can be bothered to create some. I guess we'll need to send over some crafting orders. Certainly the leatherworking one, we will send one over to Aghog, which is our scribe. Yes, good. Let's just get this done. We'll place at least 2, because it's gonna be a while that we're grinding out the rest of the Dragonflight leatherwork knowledge. Again, no point in us. There's actually no benefit to me doing this. It's literally just a completionist in me that wants to have all of my professions maxed out. And tailoring, we're already maxed out, so I'm wondering if we should even bother doing the crafting orders for tailoring, because we're completely maxed out. 630 out of 630 knowledge points spent. Okay, let's see what our profit numbers were here, and then we may hop onto our... We may just swap characters and do it that way. So, and I'll do the actual crafting off stream. So, for our tailor, we're making another 135,000 gold roughly, right? That's roughly accurate. Which means that we're up to about almost 300,000 gold. I'm going to assume that we make another 100,000 gold or so from the crafted PvP gear that we've covered, but I haven't added up to the queue here, right? But I think at least 100,000 gold should be entirely doable. My real goal, to be honest, is to make 500,000 gold from cross-realm trading, and then just pay for the additional bag slots that way. But I do want to wrap up I don't want to keep the stream too long, and I also don't want to not have hit our target, right? So we're at about 400,000 gold now. We still have a couple of professions left to go. I think next we're on our scribe alchemists, and again, we're just going to queue everything up, and then the actual like purchasing of reagents and like crafting items and so on and so forth, I'll just do it off stream. Because it'll be more efficient if I'm not explaining things, and also it'll be less boring for y'all just watching me spend a bunch of gold. Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours. I should start wrapping up at a certain point, right? And if anyone cares, not only are we behind on our gold target, I also haven't finished my shake. I still have fruits left over. Heck, I even have a sandwich right next to me here that I haven't even started eating. So, we're a little bit behind today, to say the least. All right, now we're gonna follow the exact same process for this. Oh, and I just realized actually I need to do just one thing for the last Harrock quest here, so I should probably do that on this character as well. Although we are full eye level 480. Do we have flight stones or crests? We can actually upgrade some of our items on this tune. We've completed all of this stuff. Drake's Awakened crests. We need to upgrade all these items. We need to upgrade all these remaining items to 493. But the problem is we need Whelpling's crests. And I think if you turn them down, yeah, the return rate on these is crap. I'd rather hold on to my Drake's crests and then just farm up Whelpling's crests instead, since Whelpling's crests are so much easier to get. All right. Anyways, we're not on this character to upgrade gear. I don't know what I'm doing. Which may be a more accurate description of my stream. Let me know in the comments or chat if you think I should change my my next stream to be titled that instead. But On a more serious note, I thought we'd set the craft queue to be character specific. The fact that it isn't is kind of annoying, but also it is what it is. Let's not waste too much time whining about things. Let's go ahead and figure out if and where we want to use up our concentration on. I don't know why I closed the craft queue. Let's go ahead and take a look at where we want to use up our concentration for alchemy. I'm surprised that there's so few things that we can dump concentration into. And it may just be because of the fact that like all of the profits right now for alchemy are maybe in potions and we're completely file spec'd. But I would have expected that the top items that we can... Oh, it's stuck. And why is it stuck? Is it stuck because we're telling it not to use the not learned recipes? I think that's what's messing it up. All right. And we forgot to change this to concentration value. Okay. So this makes a little bit more sense. I don't know how well primal conversions sell. The sale rate looks pretty decent, but there's not much we can do here. I guess it kind of makes sense because the only way you can guarantee rank 3s of this is by using concentration, right? And 136 gold per concentration is not, well, per craft is not terrible. I guess it's used for a bunch of different items. This may just be the easiest way to get rid of our alchemy concentration, right? Is just craft a whole bunch of these and set it and forget it. Because these other potions will still sell, right? Don't get me wrong. These will still sell and we will still make decent gold off of them. The only thing is we need to use up a lot more concentration, right? We can only do 3 of these crafts. So even though we're going to make 1,000 gold for each of the times that we hit the button, we can only do this twice. We can only do this twice every like week. So that's 2,000 gold versus with this one, we could either use up our illustrious insights and then that gives us a good way to burn those, or we just use up 29 concentration, which means we can do a lot more crafts of this, and these will each make us 136 gold. I do wonder if there are some more like suboptimal things that we can like manually tweak out. But okay, let's keep things nice and simple, and let's try and actually get to the end of a stream here, or at least try and get as close to our goal as we can before the end of the stream. Now that uses up 29, which means we can do about 34. We can do 34 crafts of this, which will give us another 4,500 gold. Not a huge amount. It is what it is, right? Let's make our peace with it and move on. Profit. Well, we want to check Dracothis transmutes because we do have cooldowns available. But it doesn't look like there's much we can do. If we use the cheapest materials, it still isn't profitable. So I think there's just way too much supply of Dracothis because everyone and their mother made alts. I mean, heck, I was responsible for this, right? My engineer has alchemy on him, literally just for these transmutes. No other reason to have alchemy on my engineer. And we're pretty much maxed out on inscription, right? I still technically have all these trees to max out, but these are completely pointless. I feel like this was very short-sighted by Blizzard, right? We've maxed out all the other trees. The only one we have left is these Dark Moon trees. And I feel like beyond the like early like rush for Dark Moon trinkets, these have kind of been completely pointless, but it's just the completionist in me that's getting them done. Oh, I unplugged my speakers again. All right, quick break. Let me fix my speakers and we'll be right back. Now we need to do the exact same thing for inscription. Where is it? Inscription, scan recipes. Oh, this is still set to raw profit, which is not great. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Let's first look at the concentration. I don't think there's much in the way of concentration crafts in inscription. I think the cosmic inks are probably our best dump, but they're not that pricey to craft either, so we'll probably just use this. I actually haven't done this yet, but it does appear that this is the best use of our gold, of our concentration rather, and it's 54 concentration. So let's. We can't even do 20 of them. We got to do 18 of them. Yeah, 18 of them should be fine, and that'll give us another 5,500 gold. So again, not amazing, right? The main, the more interesting thing to do with inscription has to do with these 3 items right here, and these are big gold makers. Also, because we can sell them cross region, right? And if you look at the region market average value there, far lower down. This is almost 7,500 gold, right? These are great because of the fact that it's always a pain in the butt to get trinkets for alts, and if you can just hit the auction house and pick up, eye level 451 trinkets, this is great. So here's where we're gonna craft a bunch of these, and this should also help blow up our crafting queue calculator here. How is this only showing 88,000 gold? Something's messed up there. But I think it's because, well, didn't we say that Daira's had 135,000 gold worth of profit? Did we add something that's like making less profit? What does total average profit mean? I'm guessing the average profit from all these items added up is what it's trying to say there. In any case, what we'll do is we'll craft up. We'll do 20 of each of these. I honestly don't know how I'm gonna manage all this inventory, but we'll figure it out, right? We will figure it out. Have we optimized things? No, we haven't optimized things. So let's do that. We're jumping the gun a little bit here. Materials missing. Why is it telling us that materials are missing? Add open recipe, and we'll do 20 of each of these, right? That's another 5,000 gold. According to Craft Sim and our current server economics, but in reality, we're gonna make more gold on these. Trust me. And then the medallion, of course. So we'll craft all of these. Is it? I hope what's going on is it's just giving me the estimate of how much gold specifically Aghog will make, right? Unless the profit on some of these went down, maybe. Which is I think what's going on. I do wish I could like separate each of these by character, because it has a little per character button here, and that's how I thought it was going to work. But hey, we may have to manually add things up, because this is 5.5, 4, 4.5. So that's what, like, that's 15 there. I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna round this up to another 5. So this is like 25,000 gold that we've added up so far from this character. We haven't looked at what else we can do, and we'll look at profit here, and then we'll hit scan recipes, and it should tell us if there's anything else that we can do with inscription. I mean, inscription does make weapons that sell pretty well, but again, with the current event that's going on, right? Like these staves and the offhand items that they craft, those have sold really well for me. The alchemy, these mixing rods have sold really well because everyone was buying them up for transmutes. Heck, you know what? We are going to craft some of these, because if we're making 800 gold on our home server, we can definitely sell them for even more on other servers. Although I think this is a little overstated because of the fact that someone did spike the price on these. And these as well, we'll craft 20 and spread them out across a bunch of servers. And that's 16,000 gold right there. Jeez. Okay. And that is close. But anyways, that value is more accurate towards the region-wide price. And since we're going to be selling it across the region, sort of makes sense, right? Cooking, so there's a chef smooth rolling pin. And according to this, it does, like, we can make a bunch of gold on this, although I'm more skeptical about that because I know alchemy, a bunch of people throw alchemy on alts for transmutes. I don't think anyone's throwing cooking on an alt, or at least too many people are putting cooking on an alt, because at least for me, the way I do things and the way I've seen most others do it is you have cooking on your main and maybe 1 or 2 alts if you're really dedicated about it. It doesn't look like there's too much else here. Right, let's quickly scan recipes and let's do it like this. Let's see for alchemy. Potion of Withering Vitality. Oh, we even have a first craft bonus on this. Oh, but it needs the Altar of Decay, which we are definitely not heading over there. We could make a little bit more. Well, we could use up our 10 transmutes to like transmute into Awakened Fire, which will make us another 200 gold, but can't be bothered. Lazy. All right, so what's our total estimate now for AgHog? We've got, I think we said 25,000 gold from all these, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, roughly. 25 and another 16 and 16,000 there. So what is it? 25 plus 16. We've got another 41,000 gold, which is not great. We're really we are really relying on freaking engineering and blacksmithing to bring us more gold, because that's who we're headed to next, by the way. Spoiler alert. Oh, annoyingly, I probably grabbed all these at the same stats. Yeah, which we don't want to do. We want to ideally have different variants of this. And I think handily enough, though, I believe Baginator does like organize them by the stats that they have. So it's a little bit easier to get a bit of a variety, right? Yeah, we want 5 on this, 5 of those, and we want 5 of these of, again, different stats. We'll take 2 of the crit and versed, 2 of the versatility mastery. Oh, never mind. They are kind of mixed up. Haste and versatility. And then do we need, is there any other? Versatility mastery we didn't pick up. And we don't have any versatility mastery rings either, do we? Oh, we have 1 of the versatility mastery rings, I suppose. All right, let's go ahead and sell this. Well, oh, these didn't sell at all. So never mind. This server is not the right server for us to be doing this on, just because of the fact that we haven't sold out all of the inventory that we already tried to sell on this tune. We want to instead transfer all those items to a server that's like completely sold out of everything, because I do have a couple of those as well. But like I was saying, right, the same cloak that would have sold for like whatever 1,500 gold on my realm is selling here. Like we sold it here yesterday for 5,701 gold, right? That's dope. That's what we want. Especially since we log onto this character for like 10 minutes, right? Open up our mail, pull out gold, hopefully, and sometimes pull out auctions that didn't sell. We then quickly hit the war bank, pull out anything else that we've run out of stock on, post them on the auction house, and log off, right? You can, and also, of course, transfer the gold back to the war bank so that we can actually use it on a server or character that we care about. Which sounds kind of harsh, but hey, it is what it is. That's just capitalism, baby. Okay, let's do our concentration crafts first. Bam, boom, bomb, bam, bomb, whatever. You know I've been streaming for too long when I'm just making nonsense noises with my mouth at this stage. All right, armor spikes. Again, this is an optional crafting reagent, so I'm a little bit hesitant to invest too heavily in this. The Shadowed Belt clasp, on the other hand, this I'm interested in, right? Stamina, rank 3, It looks like they sell, not super well, but they do sell. And it looks like this is does require concentration, but they cost 4,000 gold each to make, which is brutal, right? I don't wanna invest that much because it only gives you 92 stamina. Let's see, the rank 3 gives you 106 stamina. I don't know how many people are care enough about their gear to spend 4,000. I mean, almost 4,000 gold for 109 stamina, because I know I wouldn't do that. But then again, I don't really use too many consumables anyway, so I'm not the best person to check with on that. Primal molten alloys. If these are cheaper though, then these would be the move, right? I like the whetstones just because I like consumable items, right? They move a lot faster. The question is whether or not they're still selling in the same volumes. If people are still bothering to like use razor stones and whetstones and weight stones and all this fun stuff. Or if it's just people aren't bothering right now, and so we'll craft we'll craft like 400 of them and then not be able to move any of them, which is, there's a non-zero chance of that happening as well, right? What do we do? Armor spikes, I think we sold all the ones that we crafted. The prices have come down a decent bit on these. It looks like even using concentration, we can't make these profitable though. I wonder if we've just messed something up. No. I don't know why. Well, so why is CraftSim telling us that this is the best use of our gold? God dang it. Gosh dang it. That doesn't seem right. Which probably means we've messed something up somewhere along the way. Or you know why? Because CraftSim isn't accounting for the... No, even with that. We're guaranteeing them at rank 3. It's just not possible to turn a profit on them. So I don't pretend to know what's going on here. 485 gold, 15%. I mean, we should do this for the first craft alone, right? We haven't maxed out blacksmithing, and we do still need, another 310 points. So we need the first craft bonuses where we can get them. The only point is lazy. Which probably means we should do the molten alloys instead. Let's see which of these is the cheapest to craft. It looks like they're all about the same, about 250 gold per craft. Although this data is also super old. I haven't done an auctionator scan on this realm in like weeks. I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember the last time I did it, which probably means it's been a while. But the primal molten alloys, if we use the right mats and we use the right gear, we can make about 200 gold per craft. And it uses up like 96, so we can do 10 of these crafts and make about 2,000 gold. Super stoked, super excited about that. Cannot convey more excitement about that. Which is pure sarcasm if you can't tell. Honestly, for 2,000 gold, I'd rather just not bother. Although I don't know, I'm in two minds, because on one hand, although did we say we were able to make any level of quality for this? This may just be the move that we do the shadowed belt clasp and try and sell them. It's going to require more investment for sure, and we're only making 21% margin versus on the alloys. What are we making on this? 48%. So I mean, not a world of difference, but still, it's like less risky, I feel like. Or we just do them on the whetstones and have at it, right? Why is this using up 92 concentration? Why are the prices so wonky to begin with? These are worth like 28 gold. Why? How are we losing that much gold? A shadowed alloy. 83% margin. So I think this is the move actually to make the shadowed alloy. And then we have to fly over to the Shadow Flame Forge. And we can do 10 of these, which is like almost 3,000 gold. I guess we can use up illustrious insights, and then we can actually make less. What is going on now? Oh, if we use illustrious insights instead, then we don't need to use any of our concentration. and we can just like convert this directly into gold. But the Shadowed Alloy rank 3s aren't even selling that well. There's only 42 of them sold on average per server per day, which is not what you see with the fast moving item, right? Same thing with this. These only 34 of them sell. All right, so blacksmithing. I mean, basically from the like regular items that we would expect to be making. Like, so we haven't been able to find an actual good item to turn up to sell our, like, to use our concentration or our illustrious insights on, right? Because they're sort of one and the same. The point here is, do we craft these rank 2 versions? Oh, these sell even less. Yeah, so we don't want to craft one of these. And do we craft the like level 73 43 weapons, or is everyone just going to get them from the event right now? We know that we saw earlier in the stream that the remix characters are all going to be gifted eye level 467. So there's that, right? Beyond that, for blacksmithing, it's really only, I mean, the sturdy expedition shovels are somehow losing us gold to craft. I wonder if that's simply because of the fact that like too many people have crafted these and there's just too much supply and there's just not as much demand these days. But the main thing we're going to be like, and again, as always, the profession tools, you know, if you're not crafting them, craft them. There's gold to be made in them. Oh, for Christ's sake, our profession window's glitching out on us. Or at least I can't click on any of these items, which is not great. But we will take a look at some of them. The waist guard has like 115 gold profit. I wonder how much of that is just because of the fact that like infurious alloys are extremely profitable. Although I suppose if it was, we probably would have seen it on this list. Let's see if we can find it here and click on it there. Never mind, not profitable. So it looks like on our server, at least, the actual season 4 PvP gear is just not that profitable. Again, we can make twice as much gold by selling these on other realms, which is what we're going to do. And so I expect at least another like 50 to 60,000 gold profit to come from blacksmithing simply by crafting these items and selling them on other realms. But overall, we found absolutely nothing that we can make gold with. I mean, gold at the scale that we want with blacksmithing, which is kind of bleak. Yeah, that's troubling to say the least. I do need to do my profession quests on this character. I guess the pressure is really on engineering. But if we're being honest, I don't think engineering is going to deliver that much profit. The engineering PvP gear is trash tier for gold making. I invested a lot in the recipes, to be fair. Well, not a lot, but relative to the other recipes, like it just felt like a lot, and I have yet to see a hide nor hair of profits with any of those. Well, I mean, like some of them sold, but it literally took like 3 weeks of listing those items daily practically to get them to sell like one, which as far as I'm concerned is not a great use of our time, right? Because in the same period, if I'd invested that gold into crafting profession gear for any other, or PvP gear for any other trade skill, we would have already sold that item out, gotten the gold back in, and invested even more, right? So it is what it is. We will take a quick look at engineering, and then we will log off, and then we will end the stream there because, as you can tell from, as you can probably tell, I am slowly losing my mind, even quicker than usual. All right, I'm gonna take a 10-second break while we're on the loading screen. right, we are back, and we are going to quickly look at engineering and see what profits we can make here, and then we're going to end the stream because we have been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes at this stage. Thank you so much, everyone who's watching live. If you are watching live, drop a message in the chat, drop a follow, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, right? Drop a like, do all the things, interact. Streams are always way more fun when everyone's involved. All right. Engineering, let's bang this out and let's wrap this stream up. I think we probably are going to be closer to like 500,000 gold by the end of this, because blacksmithing, I think I estimated another 50,000 gold from blacksmithing. Blacksmithing, yeah, I can't even spell, so probably shouldn't be streaming much longer. All right, now engineering, of course, there are these toys, but the problem with the toys is that if we want to craft them ourselves, we need to supply these soul items, which are a pain in the butt to farm because you can basically only farm one every 15 minutes. And yeah, I'm not really bothered to do that. Of course, we do have these draconic PvP, like the season 4 PvP goggles, but they don't sell for crap, right? Like, I've sold one maybe in the entire season versus like hundreds for all the other items. The Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler. Now these used to sell very well. And these we will craft. We will, you know what, we are going to craft a bunch of these because these do sell very well and they do bring in a lot of good gold. I don't know how well they'll sell now, but we need to have more gold on the list before we end the stream. The giggle goggles, do we have this learn? We do. Oh, we should craft these. I feel like just crafting anything with engineering though is such a pain in the butt that I usually, yeah, I usually am in two minds about crafting things with engineering just because it takes so much more effort to like gather all of the different mats that you need from all of the different places, right? But hey, that's as a result, you get a lot more gold out of crafting these items, right? So we'll do 2 of these as well. I know that we transferred one of these to another realm, but it's not showing up in my inventory for whatever reason. We have one of those in the auction house, the atomic recalibrator, 297 gold, meh. Or no, 923 gold. Why did I think it was 293 gold? All right, I'm bugging. All right, let's add 2 of these to our queue as well. What else? Draconium. Yeah, so the crafted profession equipment, good sellers do them, craft them, sell them, right? Similarly, and now the other thing we need to do is we need to go in and do our concentration value because that's what we've been doing first for every single profession. But most likely it's going to be the scopes, and those again, everyone's getting, you know, new guns and new weapons and things, right? All of your hunters, like everyone has a hunter alt, right? And they all need scopes for the new eye level 480, 493, or 502 items that they're getting from the event. And they are going to buy these. And the prices are nice and inflated on these right now. So it looks like that is going to be one of these is like the better quality scope, and one of them is the less good scope. And I don't know which one is which because it looks like the crafting cost for both of them is roughly the same at this point of the expansion. But if Craftsman is telling us that this is where the profits are, you best believe that's where we're going to be putting our concentration, right? 35 gold per point of concentration is pretty dang good. Do we have illustrious insights? We do have a couple of the lessers, and we'll get a couple more. And we can make 2,300 gold. Oh wow, we don't even need to use up our concentration at all if we don't want to, but I think we will. What's that? What? We can just do this. I don't need to break up my calculator. We can do this directly in CraftSim because CraftSim is the best. 14 of them. Yeah, there we go. 36,000 gold in profit, folks. That's the kinds of numbers that we're looking for. Those are the kinds of numbers we're looking for. The actual profit's not going to be that much because of the fact that prices for these are currently a little bit inflated. Most likely, we'll split up the gold. We'll split up our concentration between both of these scopes. right? I think this is the better scope, is the high intensity thermal scanner, because the average price for this is higher usually. So let's throw this in simulation mode again. Let's hit this, and it looks like it'll cost us roughly the same amount of concentration. We'll do 8 of those, and we'll do 8 of the high intensity thermal scanners, and I think we should have enough. Oh no, we will not. We will not have enough concentration for this, but we'll use some illustrious insights for some of these, and that will make up the gap in gold. Is there anything else that we want to do? I think that's mainly it. All right, let's do some quick math. 21,000, 20, so that's 44,000. Which is 50,000 once we add the these two toys. 50,000, 60,000. 60,000 gold. Okay, so we found another 60,000 gold, which I'm sure we can also find some. I swear it's not me misspelling these. It's that the left side of my keyboard has suddenly decided to not work. To be fair, I just remembered that I dropped my phone on it last night, and so it may just, hopefully I haven't messed up my keyboard too bad. But okay, with that, we reached about 550,000 gold. So we got halfway to our goal for the stream. Of course, I do still need to sit and craft all these, like I need to go hit the auction house. I need to buy all the mats for all of this stuff, and then we need to craft all of this. And overall, the numbers on the screen right now from CraftSim don't look as good, so I probably will need to double check all of this and decide whether or not I think it's worth spending another 423,000 gold to try and make back 200,000 gold, right? 47% profit margin. Can probably get better returns come War Within. I also don't want to end up being stuck with a bunch of inventory at the start of the War Within, right? I'd rather have liquid gold because that's going to be of more use to me. So we will see how much we actually do of this, but a lot of this this estimate also doesn't include another, like, what is it? Another like 150, 200,000 of crafted PvP gear, on which the margins will be pretty good, especially if we sell them on different servers, right? So yeah. I guess the point is, we'll see how much of this I actually craft, and we will check back in on Wednesday. With that said, we are going to end the stream here. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. I am interested to see how many of y'all felt that this kind of content is helpful to you. If you are watching live, let me know in the chat if you find this kind of content helpful, or if you're watching the video on demand later on as well. Make sure to drop a comment and let me know if any of this stuff is kind of helpful or not. In any case, oh, that's sweet of you to say keep going. I'm giving myself, well, the goal was to be at 30 million gold at the start of the expansion, which is like a week and a half from now, right? We overshot that number last week. But then I spent $1.5 million gold on a bunch of toys, on a bunch of mounts and transmog and stuff like that. So that's why we're trying to make back that $1 million gold before the launch of the War Within. So basically a week and a half to try and make back that $1 million gold, which is entirely doable, especially with how active the markets have been the past couple weeks. So yeah. But we'll see how we go with that. And I think especially with the cross-realm trading, like we're selling on other servers, right? And some of the servers are better than others. I mean, on this server, you can see we've not sold anything, right? All of our stuff is back in our mailbox, which is not great. Probably means I'm going to move inventory off of this server. We'll see what the prices are like. We'll hit the auction house in a second here and see if... all right, well, this is the last thing we'll do before we actually end the stream. Let's see what the prices are like. If the prices are high enough to justify it, we'll continue trying to sell on the server. Otherwise, we'll just move this inventory to a server that we know we can actually move it on. All right, 2,800 gold is pretty good for that. We'll skip the toy. The cloak, sure. 4,500 is more than we can get on our server and most other servers. Transmog and toy, I can't be bothered. If we're not able to move PvP gear on this server, I doubt we're going to have much more success with with any of the other items. Oh no, okay, we're not logged into the, all right, we're gonna have to log off for this. In any case, we will be going through all the different servers and pulling out things out of the, what do you call it? Pulling items out of the war bank. With that said, from my hunter, who's on screen here, with the sick new transmog that we got from the new event, right? Let's just black this out. There we go. There we go. Let's have some fun with it, shall we? All right, this is gonna be my goodbye screen. Sash, I see you're saying would love a stream on a beginner guide to WoW. Yeah, sure. So it's I do plan on doing more beginner friendly content at some point. It's just right now there's so much stuff going on and there's so much stuff to talk about that yeah, I'm sort of honestly, if you're interested in more beginner content, check out my YouTube channel. Because if you see some of the shorts and also some of the longer form videos that I'm working on editing right now, they'll be a lot more beginner friendly. The streams I know can sometimes get a little bit technical, and I'm trying to work on that. At the same point, the technical side of things is where I feel like I'm better at explaining things. So that's sort of what I've been doing. But certainly, if that's what people are looking for, that's definitely where I'm going to be spending more of my time. So, with that said, we set off the stream with the goal of basically making back the $1.5 million gold, or at least starting to make back the $1.5 million gold that I spent in the past couple days after we hit our target last week. And we got to about 500,000 gold, right? So we got we got roughly halfway to our goal. Though again, I honestly think that probably by the end of the week I should be back at 30 million gold. Yeah, so it's just at Adrel Show on all the socials. And actually, if you type in chat, if you put like exclamation mark and then the channel, and then the what do you call it, the platform that you're looking for, it'll just give you a link to it directly there. So you'll see in the bottom right of my screen, it says like exclamation mark Twitch or exclamation mark YouTube or exclamation mark Twitter. And if you just type that into chat, the chat bot will send you a link. So you can just click on that and head directly over to each of those pages. But with that said, thank you so much everyone who joined live. Thank you so much for everyone who chatted. And with that said, I think we're going to wrap up the stream here. Hope all of you have a great day and week ahead. And if you are trying to make gold, I hope you make a bunch of gold. And some of what I said on today's stream at least is helpful. And best of luck in general. All right, with that said, we're going to end here. Take care, everyone. Have a good time. Bye-bye.